song.
Blast. Blast. My glasses button again. That one. Okay. Going. Boom, boom, boom. Gotta set up my. I gotta check my audio. What do we got? Docs. That. That. Check that. Working. Right. Gotta run my ads. Run that. Find a better song, I think. Let's go with... Ooh. What up, Jadu? How you doing, dog? Oh, fuck. I just spilled my coffee. I'm good. Not a lot came out because luckily I have a Yeti mug and the coffee level is low, so we're all good. But holy fuck, that scared me. Okay, because it fell directly onto my tablet. Whew. Thank God I got my my adult sippy cup, dude. Close one. Okay, I've analyzed this drawing, this animation, a little bit last night, and there's some stuff I want to change. I have a pretty good idea of how to do it. So I'm going to be doing that, I think, today. The ads are running right now. Once those ads are done, we're going to drop the Discord notification. We're going to get into it. Blah, 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 blah. You know the deal. This turnaround's already looking insane. I don't know what else you could add to it. It's not what I'm gonna add to it. It's that if you look as it rotates. Okay, when it rotates around this corner, track this hairpiece here. Okay, I don't know how well you can see if you're watching on mobile or if you're on. If you track this corner as it rotates, this corner rotates properly. This is sort of what I want it to feel like. Now the issue is it's almost like an optical illusion, where essentially the form translates to the opposite side of the head. But you can imagine that this form is consistent across the whole back of the head here. That's sort of what I'm trying to convey. Whereas when I do this form here, it actually grows and then turns around. And it's not what I want. I want it to emulate this side here, where it almost feels more three-dimensional. And so that's what I'm going to be tackling right now. There's some other stuff with the top of the head here. If you look, like, the tracking on the top of the head is a little bumpy. I want to smooth that out. I need tighter line spacing as it rotates around here. Making love, come give me a hug. It's gonna be real fucking tight here. Boom, boom. Oh, this is gonna be popping weirdly. I don't want that. Oh, this should be tighter to the red one. 2 questions. Number 1, shouldn't it grow when it's rotating around the other side? Number 2, can you not copy the animation that you did on the right side to the left side, or will that not work? It'll make it unappealing. You should, like, I'm trying to avoid symmetry, so I want the forms to feel different on different sides. If I copy it, it's gonna feel flat. Or it risks feeling flat, I should say. And I want to avoid... Any action I take has to be to enhance. And even if it's a little bit more effort, I would rather redraw it. Even if it's very similar, it's going to feel a little bit different. Now, that's not necessarily true. Like, I might attempt it, and it might look good. But in my experience, typically just doing the same thing on both sides just flattens things out a little bit. That's why I have, like, asymmetries, like these weird, like, scar lines and stuff like that. Because it creates more appeal. 2 questions. Number 1, shouldn't it grow when it's rotating around the other side? If you think of it from the top, okay, so if you look at this head from the top, it's the hair, okay, on this side. Let's say there's a spike here on this hair, okay? So this is the top of the head, nose, whatever, okay? As it rotates, it's following an arc. And so, visually, if you're looking at it from this perspective, it will grow up until it is perfectly 90 degrees with your point of view, okay? This is the largest point that it'll be. So this is the point where it will be the longest, where it's at a 90-degree angle relative to your viewing point. Okay? As it goes away, it shrinks. And if you notice, when I actually do the rotation, when you get here, I think that's the longest point. This is the longest point here. And that's not because this point here is the point where the face is the 90-degree angle. You gotta understand it's on a different point than the face. The face is here. This spike is independent of the face, and it's moving on its own arc independent of the face. So I have to track all of these different arcs based on their orientation relative to the face. So if you picture the face as a big cylinder, that's sort of how I'm thinking about it. So right here is where I determine, arbitrarily, there's no real reason why it has to be here, but this is where I determine this is where the 90-degree point is on this spike. It's not really going to matter whether I do it there, or whether I do it here, or whether I do it here, or whatever. So long as I pick a point, and I track it consistently, and then from there, it shrinks. So it shrinks and it slightly moves. Just a little bit. Now, you know, is this right? Is this realistic? If you did a 3D model of this, would it move exactly like this? I don't know. But to me, it feels the most appealing. And I feel like that's more important. That's definitely more important to me. Could I fiddle around with it and finagle it until it's like geometrically perfect? Yeah, probably. Do I want to do that? I don't really think so. Okay, ads are done. Let's drop the live notif. Let's get this show on the road. Yeah, I don't know, Jadu. Honestly, there's no real good answer there. I'm just kind of vibing it out and just going based off intuition. I'm still applying the sort of like the longest point based on you know, logic, but it's still a little loosey-goosey. The issue is I don't really like how it feels on the other side. It moves too much. Yeti, how you doing? Finally, I'm here. Welcome in, Zaza. Now I gotta analyze the other side because I want that side to feel the same. So once it's 3/4, it's basically at the farthest peak. And then it's pretty tight spacing, like really tight spacing. For probably 3 frames on either side. So we're gonna do that. You told me before what would be the best types of animation to put in a portfolio. I remember a walk cycle, a run cycle, but I remember what the other ones are. Yeah, so walk cycle, run cycle, lip sync, and acting. That's what I would say if you want to get into TV animation, would be the best things to include in a portfolio. A walk cycle, a run cycle, a proper lip sync, and an acting scene. And you could probably combine the proper lip sync and the acting scene together into one scene. You know? An acting scene with, like, emotion and lip sync. And I feel like those would make up a fairly strong portfolio. So this point here is where I'm going to determine it's going to be the spikiest peak. I think I'm going to make it a little smaller, actually. Print hello world. What up? What up, Simp? Damn, who requested this banger? I don't think anybody did. Zazda, let me reset the bot. It's been having issues. I gotta remember to restart it every fucking stream at this point, but don't worry, we'll get it working. It's not. I mean, it kind of is broken, but it kind of isn't. It works after I restart it, but so just let me restart it here. I had to log in again apparently with my Twitch account. Give me a second. Oh my god, give me a sec. I gotta find my phone because it's got the Authenticator app to fucking with the stupid token for my login. Okay, Authenticator app. Where are you? Yeah, allow Spotify, yeah. Okay, I think that worked. Now let me try this. There you go, now it works. Ah, what a stupid, annoying software. It worked so smoothly for like a solid year, and then there was like one update and it just fucked the whole thing. It's prompting me for another update. I'm not gonna do it now while it's working, but I gotta remember to fucking update it while I'm offline. $2012 vibes, yeah. This is definitely not 2012. This is more like fucking 2000, but because I was like a kid when this shit came out, and I graduated high school in 2012, so. How long are you gonna stream today? I don't know, 4 hours, maybe? Minimum, probably, around there. Can't you just degrade it to the older version of last year? I have no idea, dude. They must know, because I've heard multiple streamers complain that their bot is like, fuck now. So they're probably working on it. Go to up to down and you'll find all the versions. Yeah, I don't want to mess with it too much. I don't care that much, to be quite honest. When I can get it working, it's fine. I'm just lazy. Be right back, real quick. Anime time. Do your thing. What up, Black Knight? IHMDLOH Rizal Jine. Nice. Butchered the fuck out of it? I don't know what it says. I think this needs to rotate faster. Yeah, that's too tight on there. Too tight on that turn. Way too tight. Anything happened to y'all lately? Not much. My life's pretty normal these days. Not a whole lot of interesting stuff going on, to be quite honest. And I'm not aiming for anything too crazy to happen, you know? Stability's nice. It's a little boring at times, but it is what it is. I've been drooling at the idea of buying a new desk, but alright, all done my coffee for the day. You didn't yet? No. I'm still on the edge of whether I should or not. I'll figure it out eventually. Yeah, things have been kind of boring lately. I mean, all I've done is help my brother with his new house. Oh, your brother bought a house? Sick, dude. How old's your brother? He's 25 and he bought a new house? Crazy, bro. Buying a new place at 25 is quite an accomplishment. I didn't buy my place till I was like 30. Granted, I didn't graduate college till I was like 26, so... Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's what I wanted. That's the feel I wanted. Buying a new house when you're a quarter of a century old is awesome. It is, dude. There are perks to both, owning and not owning. It just depends on, you know, how smart you are with money. I think if I had, like, the knowledge I do now about, like, investing and stuff like that, I don't know that I would have actually bought my place. I don't know. It's still kind of iffy. I don't really know. Hi, everyone. What up, Venosa? How you doing, dog? I inherited a place, so I guess I got a great shortcut. You own a place already, Symphony? You don't even have a job. How you paying bills? I'm doing good, just doing some character design practice. How about you? Just doing some animation rotation practice. What bills? I live with my family. Well, if your family... You didn't inherit shit if your family's alive. What are you inheriting? Inheritance is after people die. Hey, yo, Snag, what up, Verbanter? How you doing, dog? Is the place nice? Do you mean like you're on the inheritance? Is that what you mean? Like you're on a will? Gramps? What? Gramps? Oh, your Gramp? Oh! It's for me for my grandpa's will. Oh, that's sick, dude. Congrats. The thing is, like, how do you, whatever, you know, I don't need to know too much, it's fine. I'm just curious, in my mind, like, if I inherited, like, a house when I had, like, no money, I'd be like, how the fuck do I pay the mortgage? Unless it's, like, fully paid off, but even then, there's still utilities and shit. I'm gonna go for a bit and I'll come back later. BRB, do your thing, Zaza. You don't pay taxes for your place in Algeria? You guys don't have property tax? No land tax? That's crazy. My property tax bill is so fucking high. That's one of the advantages of renting, is you just have more cash flow on a monthly basis. So if you invest in, like, the market, like, if you know how, and you're not, like, stupid with money, you can generate higher returns off of being a renter than you can off of being a property owner, because you have more disposable income. The issue is, like, long term, you don't own your property, but if you're decent at investing, then that's, or if you're average at investing, I would say that doesn't really matter too much, unless the market, you know, has like a total collapse, then the whole world is fucked. But still, it's never risk free. There's got to be property tax, dude. I mean, maybe there are places that don't do property tax. I don't know shit about Algeria, but I'm Googling it. Is there property tax in Algeria? Yes, there is property tax in Algeria. I mean, one of your parents is probably paying for it, or something like that. You're probably on a trust. If I had to guess, you're probably on a trust that's managed by one of your relatives, and once you either hit a certain age or hit a certain income bracket, maybe that trust will kick in and you'll gain majority inheritance over, like, the property. That's kind of how it usually works. A trust is basically like your money is like managed and owned by somebody. It's managed by somebody else, but it's your ownership. So you own it, but it's not managed by you. Kind of. There's different types of trusts, but... I mean, that's pretty similar to Canada. Canada has, like, you could pay it annually, you could break it up into monthly payments. It's really up to you, I guess. And taxes are usually handled municipally. So it's pretty similar. We also have, like, vacancy taxes. Like, if your property's not occupied, you pay extra taxes if it's, like, a rental or something like that. Guys, I don't know if I want to listen to, like, weeb music right now. I'm gonna be real. I don't know if I can... How long is this song? I don't think I could tank this. What's the cue? The song works too well for your character. I just kind of want to listen to retro shit today, you know? Ahoy! What up, Myth? How you doing? What up, Myth? What's this language? Sounds like Korean. I mean, now it's English. I'm exiting. Oh, existing. Decidedly. I was like, exiting. You leaving me, dog? You just got here, man. I can't live without you. That's crazy. I would end it all, Myth, if you weren't here. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Don't worry, big guy. You know what's funny? I feel like lately I've been assuming most of my chatters are guys. In the past, I assumed most of my chatters were ladies. But it feels like these days there's a lot more dudes. Times are changing, you know? Don't die. I've heard it's bad for you or something like that. I heard it's pretty awesome. If you ask religious people, it's pretty freaking awesome. I don't know if you get to go to heaven or whatever. You probably don't if you kill yourself, but... No, don't kill yourself. You're too sexy. No. Snack suffering from bitchlessness? I got your family, dude. I got your whole lineage. Your mom, grandma, auntie, cousins, everybody. One pope versus 20 Christians. I've heard, like, your pulse stops and stuff. That doesn't sound very healthy. Well, you shit yourself still, so stuff's going on. Okay, I don't like how this is changing form. I liked it. I like the end as it pivots around. I don't like the start here. It's a little too jumpy. The arc is also kind of fucked. I gotta track this arc better. See? It's getting weird. Arc. Yeah, this ain't arcing, dude. Do you think some people plan ahead and go to the toilet first? It depends. Is that too morbid to think about? Some people die on the toilet, you know? I think realistically, if you're dying, taking a shit is probably on the bottom of your concerns, you know? And you're probably too weak to actually be able to, like, plan that way. Now, is that to say that, like, nurses and stuff wouldn't? I don't know. Probably not. I think you're probably not planning for that. Okay, I need more cells visible. Let's do 5 and 5. That might be too much. Yeah, see this? I'm tracking the arc now. Tracking the arc. Tracking the arc. Tracking the arc, tracking the arc, tracking the arc. This needs to come out more. More. It's fine. I gotta tweak this a little bit. Okay, and that. So I'm planning on dyeing my hair. And I've decided to actually listen to instructions and do the allergy test of it first, but it's like 48 hours and I'm hella impatient. 2 days in the span of how long your hair is going to be dyed for is a very small amount of time, man. I think you just wait it out. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. I get the impatience, but you'll be okay. I promise you'll be okay. You got the snack guarantee that you'll be okay. This girl sounds like she's slurring, bro. It depends. Are you allergic to certain chemicals? Well, that's what the allergy test is for. Yeah. I should do an allergy test. I don't know. I don't think I have any allergies. I think it's the point. It could be. I don't know if I have any allergies. But I feel like I've heard so many stories of people finding out the hard way. And they're just like, yeah, I ate shrimp one day and I almost died. And I was like, oh man, I don't want that. You like. You can have whatever you like. Would you dye your hair, Snack? Nah, probably not. I'm a pretty generic white male. I don't know if like getting all quirky with it would really suit me, to be honest. If so, what color? I mean, I wouldn't dye it. Maybe I'd bleach it if I did. If like gun to my head, somebody was like dye your hair, maybe I'd bleach it because I feel like that would look insane. But I just don't really have an interest in dyeing my hair. I'm wondering why this opposite side doesn't feel as good as that side. I think the spacing is like much larger, but I also think the head grows more on the opposite side, so it's kind of like more appropriate. I'd love to dye my hair red. It's been in my head for a while. Black and red mix. It would look so sick. That's like Rufio from the movie Hook. I don't know if you've ever seen Hook. It's a classic, like old school Peter Pan style movie, but I have some mystery food allergy that's made me break out into hives. I'm pretty sure I'm allergic to cats. Every time I touch cats or they lick me, I get hives on my hands. But it's not like a severe allergy. Like I could still live with cats. I just couldn't like fucking rub them all over my body, you know? Which is I wouldn't do that anyways, but it's like only the hard dye. It's legit the box of, hey, put some of this on your inner elbow and wait 48 hours. Like then you can dye your hair, I guess. Does it really take 48 hours to get an allergic reaction to hair dye? Wouldn't you know like after like an hour? I feel like you would. When I went to a boarding school, a group of like 6 boys went into a bathroom and dyed each other's hair purple. Is a boarding school like an all-boys school? I feel like that would suck, bro. I feel like I would not know how to interact with other human beings if I was like, if I only went to an all-boys school. I feel like that socially just like fucks you up. I feel like you have to like interact with women to know how to interact with women, you know what I mean? And I feel like if all my developmental years were at an all-boys school, I would just be so bad at talking to chicks. That seems like such a handicap. Too big of a jump. Yeah, tell me about it. Did you go to an all-boys school? I can't talk to girls IRL. I can't talk to IRL gals. That ain't fam. I'm inept at communicating with any gender. Any, all of them, all fucking 20 million. What's going on? I'm back. Hi, back. I'm dad. Just kidding. We're talking about how going to an all-boys school is like basically like crippling your social ability to talk to women. I've never been to an all-boys school for context, but, you know, Myth was talking about going to a boarding school, and the idea of going to a boarding school, to me, sounds like the biggest, like nerf ever, socially. This needs to have a better even spacing. How come every time you come around my London Bridge wanna go down? London. I don't think boarding schools are really popular. I knew one girl that went to an all-girls school, but I don't know any guys that went to like an all-guys school. That's just like not really a thing that I know of, anyways. Maybe it is, but I don't know any locally. But I guess are they popular in like England? Because I feel like every single like British like show has people like at all boys schools or fucking whatever, you know what I mean? For every movie. Yasmin Osawa, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. I think if you go to a mixed boarding school, you won't have a larger issue. Okay, in my head, a boarding school is just like one gender or one sex or whatever the fuck, you know? Like I don't I didn't know they could be mixed. Mine was mixed? Okay. Again, mine wasn't an all-boys one. Sorry, I didn't read the message. I've just been assuming this whole time. I went to an all-boys school because my mom was convinced that it would mean that I would focus on studying instead of girls, but all that happened is I didn't study, got into trouble, and lost my ability to talk to girls. That's what I'm saying. I feel like it just, like, nerfs you. Most Arab countries have separated school, especially in Saudi Arabia. Saudia? I could believe that. That I could believe, 100%. I just think it's so bad. Like, I think you really need those mixed environments. Like, imagine if you went to a school that was just like all one race. You'd be the most racist motherfucker on the planet, dude. I feel like you need like exposure to different people and different like environments and stuff like that to be a well-rounded human being. I think segregating yourself is such a fucking terrible idea. I don't know if they're super popular, but there's quite a few. They aren't here. There's not a lot here. There's a few countries that have them, and I think the culture of them just depends. Yeah, Islamic countries, I could believe it a lot more commonly, right? Like, I think the sort of gender divide there is a bit more aggressive than it is in terms of, like, you know, the way it's treated in the West. But the UK, I feel like every fucking movie I've ever seen is just, like, in a boarding school, you know? What happens in the UK a lot as well is if you go to school outside of one of the major cities, you'll only ever meet maybe one black guy if you're lucky. I always, like, in my head, because every fucking, like, movie and show that I've seen, there's a lot of black dudes in them, if they're, like, a British movie or show. Are there not a lot of black dudes in the UK? What percentage of the UK is black? 4%, that's really low. That's based on 2021 census data. That's really low. Damn. Canada's way higher than that. I think. Like, our indigenous population is around 5%. What percentage of Canada is black? 4%. Damn. What the fuck? Alright, well. Twinsies. Must I feel this way? It must be the money. Piss! I had a nightmare today. I wasn't into feet in it. I actually had a dream. It wasn't a nightmare. It was a dream, and there was a chatter in it. And they were here earlier, and I forget their name off the top of my head right now. I'm gonna scroll up to see if I can find them. I don't know what happened in the dream. I don't remember what happened. It wasn't like a sex dream, so don't get all horny or anything. It was just a very normal dream, but for whatever reason, a chatter was in it. And, I want to say... No, they weren't here today. It was DK. It was DK. It was, freaking... I always call him DK. I forget what the D and the K stand for now. Doomer King. Doomer King was in my dream. I dreamt about you, Doomer King. If you're around, I dream about you. I don't know why. Don't know why. Maybe you were just active in chat yesterday. Who knows? I used to think the same way because I grew up in London, but once I left the major cities, I realized it's a very white country. Yeah, dude. Like, very, very white. Apparently. Sundown towns still exist in the US, so you basically get segregated schools in small towns. Yeah, the US is, like, weird. Because the US has, like, the history of segregation. And I feel like it's still, it's not practiced, but there's still residual, like redlining and, like, neighborhoods and stuff like that. They're still very culturally segregated, you know? And, so I feel like the US gets a, like, more diet version of segregation than, like, a lot of other Western countries. Whenever I look at, like demographic census data, it always kind of blows my mind. I live out in, like, the halfway to nowhere, and I think I remember, like, 3 people of color total. I mean, I live in a city, so I know a lot of diverse groups of people. I'm probably, like, guys, honestly, at my job, I'm probably a minority. I went to a going away dinner for a previous colleague, okay? She invited me to her going away dinner at the last place I used to work at. And there were about 20 people there, and there were 2 guys, okay? It was me and her husband. That was it. Everybody else was a chick. And I was like, damn, I am a fucking minority in this world. It's crazy. I work almost exclusively with women. My boss is a woman. Every single person I know is, like, a woman. At my cubicle at work, okay, there's 6 cubicles, basically like this, and then there's, like, a hall here, and then there's, like, more cubicles here, here, here. This is a woman, this is a woman, this is me. This is a Chinese man, so we'll put an M here, and then this is a woman, and then this is empty. And then my boss is over here, woman, and then there's another boss over here, woman, and then another boss over here, woman. My director's a guy, man, and then, you know, the other boss is, the big boss is a woman. I'm the diversity hire. The white man diversity hire. In the UK's never had that, but it happened by itself because the reason why most black and brown people come to the UK is for financial opportunities, and almost all of them are concentrated in London. So if you leave London, the number of black people you see drops significantly. Let's see. I meant when I went to school. I just can't type. I see. I work with almost all men, and it's chaos. You know what I find? I've worked in, like, a lot of all-men environments. Personally, if you're a dude in an all-guy environment, I feel like it's chill. If you're a lady in an all-guy environment, it could be kind of, like, hellish. And I feel like if you're a guy in an all-girl environment, it's pretty chill. But if you're a girl in an all-girl environment, I feel like it's kind of hellish. I feel like the women I work with fucking fight with each other so much, dude. But I'm just kind of like the mascot, you know? I'm just like the golden retriever who, like, hangs around. But the women are always beefing. It's interesting. At least that's been my personal experience. This is all anecdotal. This is not a prescription on behavior for one sex or another. It's just the way it is for me. Do you think being in an environment with primarily women opens up more opportunities for relationships, or do you think it makes no difference? I don't know. I don't shit where I eat, so I just don't date in at work. I feel like that would be a very bad idea, especially being, like, the only guy. The one job I had that was all women, they were doing astrology charts for their cats, and I had to politely turn down that invite. Oh yeah, dude. The second I told them I was a Gemini, that was, like, the talk of the freaking cubicles, bro. They were like, of course you're a Gemini, dude. Of course, you're such a Gemini. And I was like, alright, I don't even know what that is. I mean, I know what it is, but I don't know what it means. But every girl I tell that I'm a Gemini to just kind of rolls their eyes. And I was like, oh my god, a Gemini for real? Avail, how you doing? Hey, yo! How you doing, Avail? I'm trying to think. What's like the male equivalent of like horoscopes and shit? I feel like mewing and like looks maxing is kind of like the guy equivalent. Because it's just like not really like a legitimate thing. It's just kind of like superstition. The alpha male stuff. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's like guy horoscope stuff. Car brands, cars. I feel like cars do shit though. You know what I mean? Like I feel like horoscope stuff is all like it's like make believe. And I'm sure there's people that are like probably like into horoscopes that are telling me are thinking that I'm a lunatic for saying this and that I'm bad and I'm evil, which I am. But yeah, I don't know. I don't buy it. What's wrong with Geminis? I don't know, dude. I think the Alpha, Beta, Omega, Gamma, and all that shit is basically the star sign shit built for guys. I low key, okay, I do kind of fucks with the Sigma Alpha stuff. Not because I believe in it, because it's very fun to just make fun of it. I don't know. It's like the irony of it is awesome to me. But chicks, I feel like have a lot of they have a lot of like things that are, you know, like culturally like I'm thinking of like witchcraft and like there's not a lot of dudes that practice witchcraft. Horoscopes, I don't know a lot of guys that sports gambling. My grandma was a gambler, so I don't know if that's a dude thing exclusively. My grandma was a fucking hardcore gambler. Both my grandmas were actually. Which means I should never gamble. It's in my genes. I feel like the manosphere, like, Sigma shit is, like, for sure, like, the guy horoscope stuff. That's, like, as close to like, fantasy stuff that I can think about. Do you believe in witchcraft, Snack? No, I'm, like, the least, you know, superstitious dude ever. The most coincidental thing could happen to me, and I'd be like, wow, what a coincidence. That's as far as I would go in terms of my beliefs. Ooh, football teams is probably a good one, actually. I definitely judge people based off their hockey team. I spent 2 days arguing about dinosaurs and kaijus at work. I gotta find a middle ground. Are you pro dinosaur and kaiju? I do think it's kind of crazy. There are parts of like the US where people don't believe in dinosaurs. Crypto? Yeah, crypto shit is kind of like it is kind of like male witchcraft. But I also feel like it's like very gambling adjacent. I remember when I was like a teenager in like 2010, roughly. There were like guys that believed in like sunbathing your balls for like some sort of like weird energy thing. I remember there was a lot of like communities online that were like into like, you know, flashing your balls at the sun, and you had to do it at like the specific time at the crack of dawn where you weren't like injuring your eyes or whatever from like staring directly at the sun. There were like weird shit like that. Kaiju should be considered dinosaurs? Okay, Crypt. I got a bone to pick on that one. I don't think so. I disagree. Because the concept of a kaiju is that they exist in a world that isn't as oxygenated as dinosaurs. The reason dinosaurs are so big is because their fucking, like, oxygen is just, like, was so plentiful that things could grow and get as big as possible. That's why we had, like, these massive-ass snakes and just, like, these bugs that are the size of, like, fucking, like, a Honda Civic. You know? Whereas, like, today, because oxygen levels are lower, we don't have enough resources to grow as big. Whereas, like, a kaiju is supposed to exist in this world. And so they're abnormal, you know? They're mythical because they would exist in a world that doesn't allow for those physical boundaries to be pushed. So I think I'm Team Kaiju is a separate entity than dinosaurs, and that's my argument. That's my logical argument. It's just nice to have a morning routine. Yeah, I think dinosaurs and kaiju should be the same thing. Hard disagree. Hard disagree. It's just nice to have a morning routine. It is, yeah, just flashing your balls at the sun. Look, if you wanna soak your nuts in fucking like sunlight, go ahead, dude. As long as you're doing it from like the privacy of your own home, and not in like an urban setting, in a public space, then I think you're fine. I guess there's an Ankylosaurus-based kaiju that I said wasn't scientifically accurate. I think if we start dropping dino names, I'm not gonna know what the hell we're talking about. This is beyond my level of expertise. Thank you, Crip, as in you agree with me? I definitely think you're wrong on that one. Nah. Nah. I've stated my case. I'd rather not give my balls cancer, thank you. This conversation has come up several times on my stream, but every time it's brought up, I can't help but bring it up again. If I got nut cancer, and I lost one of my testicles, okay, and I had to get, like a prosthetic nut, because you can do that. If you're a guy and you get nut cancer, you could just get, like, a nut implant to basically simulate, like, having a nut. And I'm wondering, like, how far could you push that, you know? Like, could you get, like, an RGB nut that's, like, Bluetooth and, like, connected to your fucking phone? Like, a little vibrating nut? Could you get weighted nuts? I don't know, dude. You could choose your nut size. That's kind of cool. The possibilities with nut implants are kind of endless. Assuming you have cancer and you have to, like, naturally get your nut removed. Like, you wouldn't replace your nut with, like a metal nut or something like that. Or, like, one of those, like, cat toys that, like, crinkle when you squish them. I agree the kaijus and dinos are different based on science. Amen. Geminis. You're a Gemini, right? I think you're a Gemini. Twins. I got cancer, replaced it with a root beer tap nut. That sounds fucked up, dude. That doesn't even... I was gonna draw it, but then I realized I'm on Twitch. But that doesn't even sound like aesthetically like pleasing. We have like a faucet on your nut. No. I would definitely do RGB. Imagine you're knocking boots with a lady, and you got like your mood lighting coming through your nuts. Your nice warm, cool vibe lighting. Or imagine, dude, this is the best part, okay? This would be, oh, Dr. Griswold art here. This would be the reason to get like a light implant in your nuts, okay? Imagine you're getting down and dirty with a lady, okay? And then, you know, you pull your pants open. You pull your pants open while you're chilling with this lady. And it's just fucking, there's like a heavenly glow. There's a heavenly glow coming from your pants, like, oh! Plus, if it's like a Bluetooth, you can literally program it to go, oh! As you, like, open your pants. Isn't that sick? Come on, guys. Fellas, don't tell me I'm not cooking right now. I know all you guys want the angelic nuts. I think I'm onto something here. I think this could be a revolutionary product for men with testicular cancer. Mr. Lazy, thank you for the tier 1 sub, dude. Shit. Thank you, Mr. Lazy. I appreciate you, dog. Thank you for the sub. I'm gonna say I want a vibrating nut. Yeah, vibrating nut would be nice. I did see a little girl with a prosthetic arm that she could control remotely and could move by itself. Imagine a nut version of that, like a Dr. Octopus arm, but on your testicle. I feel like that goes beyond prosthetics. I think we get into other territory when we're doing shit like that, you know? You see, this is the exact kind of thing guys would appreciate, but women would think is really dumb. Yeah, I don't think women want like RGB titties or like if a lady got breast cancer and then she got an implant, she wouldn't want like fucking laser tits or whatever. Granted, that would be kind of sick, but I don't think you would have the same demand, you know? Testicles coming to a Toys R Us near you. Toys R Us, the fucking kids store. RGB kitties would be RGB kitties. RGB titties would be kind of dope. I would really like those. Yeah, or like you could get like you know those stim toys that basically they have like different textures so you can like pop them and like push in like buttons or whatever and like you get like stim tits. I don't know. The possibilities are endless, dude. Thank you for the streams that help me put a digital pencil in my hand, even if I don't end up drawing much of anything. You know what? That's the goal, dude. I think so long as you're there and you're showing up, I'm all for it, dude. You're showing up, you're putting pencil to tablet or whatever, or to paper. You're ahead of the game. The second you start drawing, you're instantly performing better than all other people who aspire to be artists, okay? You just gotta get past that inertia. Chat, today's gonna be one of those days where I think I genuinely am gonna have to fucking eat something. I haven't eaten yet today. I feel like I'm gonna get lightheaded if I don't eat soon. I may need to disappear and eat something. I know we just started the stream, but I think this grows too much, and I don't think it works relative to the form of the head. I'm just cleaning it up a little bit. See how that feels. Oh yeah, much better like that. Okay, give me 2 minutes. I'm just gonna go get something to eat real quick. BRB. Fuck. The Mac. No, 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 no. Sorry, I was getting something to eat. What up, Casey? How you doing? The title of the stream is wild, and the animation is sick. Thank you, dude. I totally forgot that that's what that says. I wasn't shit-faced yesterday. People just kept making fun of me for drinking one beer, so I changed the title of the stream. But I'm very much sober, and I was sober yesterday too. What's a good title of the stream? Insert stream title here. There you go. The perfect stream title. I don't have to think too hard about it. I just made bread with butter, dude. Toast and butter. The classic, the biblical meal. By the way, if I wanted a character design critique, do you think it would be better to have it fully polished? Or is it sketch enough? I'm trying to develop a more interesting character design, but it feels a little generic. I mean, if you're just doing a design, I can look at your line work. Obviously, if you've drawn, like, an arm and nothing else, then, like, yeah, polish it more. But if you've got a fully fleshed out character, I can point out the flaws, hopefully. I thought maybe you had celebrated the successful return of the first Canadian from the moon yesterday. No, I went to a dinner thing for a previous colleague who's changing jobs. I used to work with her, and she invited me to her going away dinner. And it was like a little cocktail thing. And I don't normally drink much, but I was like, you know what? I'll have a beer, because everybody was like peer pressuring me a little bit. They didn't actually peer pressure me, but they were all drinking, and I was like, I feel dorky just having, like, water. So I had a beer. But that was it. But the thing is, I hadn't eaten much that day, so I only had beer, so I was a little tipsy. And I was telling chat, and then they were all making fun of me, so I changed the stream title. But the moon landing shit is crazy. Also, I'm eating right now, so we're on a little timeout. Also, I got a little follow while I was making something to eat. Saint Chase Live, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, big dog. Doomer King, my warriors. What up, DK? Bro, I had a dream about you. I said that earlier, and everybody called me gay, but we didn't have sex. You were just in my dream. I don't even remember what happened. I just know you were in it. That's awesome. Yeah, it was. Now, it could have been an evil dream. I don't know. I just know you popped up. You had a cameo in my dream. Jad, you send over your thing and I'll take a look at it. Oh, you put it in there already. Okay. Let me pull it up. Holy fuck, this is big. We'll go over it in 2 seconds, okay? I'm just gonna finish eating. I don't want my bread to get soggy and cold. It's nasty. Did I miss the feet drawing session? We did not have a feet drawing session. There was no feet drawing session, guys. That's a Patreon exclusive. Rusty, how you doing? Lord, tell him. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in, big dog. Almost done eating. Okay. Let me get rid of this timeline. Oh no, I got butter on my tablet. Fuck. I'm out of alcohol wipes. This is not good. Okay. Jadu, let's take a look at your drawing here and see what we can improve. I feel like I need to do this on a different canvas, dude. I'm running out of room on this one. Unless I clear out some of this shit. NFT studies. I'm gonna clear out some shit. I'll add your thing back in. I'm just gonna make some room in this corner. Okay. You have a really bad habit, Jadu, of drawing contours too much. You don't focus on internal lines enough. And I feel like it flattens out a lot of your images. That's certain, like, and the area I'm specifically looking at right now is the knee. If you have a front-on knee like this, you need to show the knee. Otherwise, it's gonna look weird. Like, if your knee is sort of, like, if you've got this sort of, this forward shape on the knee here, you need all these little internal lines to provide information on the orientation of the knee. If you don't have that, it's going to feel, like, very odd. So you need these internal lines in here. And you also need less simplicity. Your leg is too simplistic. Legs have a lot of subtle little curves. The big one is the soleus muscle. So if you have your calf here, let's just draw from the knee. So if I'm doing this knee here, so I'll do it in red over top. I'll drop the opacity a little bit. So the knee is going to have sort of this form like this. And it's going to come down. There's a bone in here that has a subtle curve to it. It's your shin bone. And so, and then you have the soleus muscle that attaches behind the knee here and follows that curvature. You need to show these things. If you don't show these things, it's going to, like, you need all of these overlaps if you're doing these like this. Otherwise, it's just going to flatten things out. And I don't care if you're doing anime. I don't care if you're doing, like, hyper-realistic art. You need to show this stuff. If you don't, you're not providing enough information to your viewers, or to the person viewing your art, I should say. And it's going to lead to, you know, just a flattened image. Your fabric here needs to wrap the leg more. Your leg's coming out, okay? So from the side here, the leg is basically like this. So this fabric can't fall, like, perfectly straight. It's going to hit this form, and then it's going to wrap around the form. Kind of like that. Unless it's really, really thick fabric, like she's wearing, like, some sort of, like, jujitsu gi or something like that, then it could be a little stiffer. But it's still going to wrap and fall out. And if it's like a gi, if it's like a really stiff gi, it's gonna float out kind of like this because the gravity isn't enough to force the curvature to sort of push down more. So you have to think of the thickness of the fabric when you're overlaying fabrics like this. And in this particular case, let's say she's using silk, it's gonna be really loose flowing. This looks like a silk dress to me. If she's using silk, it's gonna be very loose and it's gonna be very form fitting. So we need to show that a little bit more here. So it's going to sort of come down, and you're going to get all these buildups of folds coming over top here. You need this internal detail. I don't know if you're using reference for this, but this is one of those things where you're going to want to use reference. If you don't know how to draw a certain type of fabric or a certain type of clothes, you need to draw with reference. It has to be a rule, guys. You should not be drawing without reference. If you don't know how to do a thing, okay, you're severely handicapping your art growth. You're severely handicapping your ability to understand how fabrics work. Or just, you know, this applies to anatomy too. It applies to any aspect of art, really. You need some sort of source. Volk Wolf, how you doing, dog? Look who it is. Look who it is. What up, Volk? Get in here. Egret the Rain Paws. Does that stand for possum, I assume? Welcome in, welcome in. We're doing a critique for a chatter here. And I'm bullying the shit out of him. Because Jadu's a regular here. Wasn't me. Yes! I don't have a reference for the kind of standing pose. I will do it myself, but I don't have a dress like that. Whatever, dude. Just get into your underwear. Put a fucking a bed sheet over top of your leg and look at how it drapes. That's it. That's all you gotta do. You certainly got bed sheets. I hope. Unless you're like nasty and you're just sleeping on you're just raw dogging your mattress. Don't be doing that. Yes, possum. Hell yeah, dude. Well, look, Volkwolf. What were you up to? Can we get a little shout out for Volkwolf? I see. I'm very new to animation, but starting to practice and learn it properly. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Well, we were actually animating before this. We're doing a critique right now, and I'll jump back into the critique. But we'll show you some animation that we've done. So this is a little head turn that we've been working on. Once I can figure out where the frick my timeline is. How the hell do I add a timeline again? Oh, yeah, there we go. See, I know stuff, kind of. Last category, art. Hell yeah. Where is my timeline? Why can't I see it? Why can't I see my timeline? What is happening? What? There we go. Now I see it. What did I click on? This is a little head turn we've been working on. We're working through the hair right now. But this is sort of what we've come up with. We did the skull originally, and now I'm just sort of trying to figure out the abstract shapes on the hair. It's kind of a lengthy process. And then we've got some other animations and stuff, a little more complex, but that's essentially it. The big thing with the channel here is that we go through viewer feedback sometimes, and we do critiques for viewers, and we help people improve. That's really the goal, to be quite honest. Was drawing some static art today? Well, look, Volkwolf, if you want to share anything you were working on, you know the drill. Link it up, baby. Let me see what you were doing. You only get niceness if you haven't been here 5 times. If you've been here more than that, you get bullied consensually. That's right. That's right. I'm a feeling herder, dude. But yeah, so we're doing feedback for Jadu's work right now, and I'm telling him he needs more detailing on the legs here. And what I mean by that is, I mean these overlap lines, and you just need to show sort of where things insert, and you gotta get comfortable with understanding these. And the reason you want all this stuff is because it informs the viewer on orientation, perspective, direction, all that shit. Hands up, this is an art robbery. That's right, you're getting robbed, dude. Stick 'em up. Unless you don't wanna, ooh. And overlap's gonna apply down here to ankles and stuff too. Like, all of these things, I gotta actually look at my ankles. I always do this, I always forget which ankle's lower. Outside ankle is lower, okay. See, I used reference. I looked at my own foot here. Ankle. Well. That foot's a little small, but whatever. You get the idea. Pretend I drew that foot bigger. I can just make it bigger. Know what you mean to me. Oh, is you. Oh, oh. By the way, Bulk Wolf, there are no, you don't need permissions for links or anything. So if you got a Discord link or whatever you want to share to show your artwork that you were working on, go ahead and drop it. Go ahead and drop it. Clipping that, there's already a clip of that. But you could do a part 2, I guess. Inksta. So that's the big one, Jadu, is going to be overlap. So that's part 1. Part 2 is going to be... What do we got? I think you should practice, and I really think this is going to help you a lot, is you need to practice having your fabrics sit over top of primitive objects. I recommend doing studies of folds over top of primitives. Okay, so think of like a cylinder here. What would happen if I put a loose piece of fabric over top of this cylinder? You know? If it's loose, it's probably going to conform to the cylinder. Maybe some of it will build up down here, you know? Maybe you'll get some wrinkles as it comes over. Maybe if it's, you know... a little bit of stuff like this. This is stuff that I think you really need to practice. The reason I say this is because there's a lack of understanding of form with your clothing here. You have the curves going this way, but the issue is the form goes this way. So you're inversing your curves and it flattens it out. Like the torso... The rib cage is an egg. It's basically like an oval here. And because of that, when you have fabric going over top, it's going to conform over this oval. Now, you can have like weird flowery, floofy designs or whatever in the clothes. That's totally fine. But generally speaking, you wanna convey the form underneath here. And it can change direction, but it has to like change direction logically. Haven't posted today's yet, but let me send an older animation. Do it up, dog. Do it up. Man, oh what I do. Bro, my floor is like so slick. I don't know if I dropped butter on it and I like greased up my hardwood, but you. So I would like, you can have it go this way, but it's gonna subtly curve the other way as it wraps over forms. And again, that's not to say you can't have forms doing this. Well, I wouldn't. It sort of flattens things out a little bit. Alright, we got a blue sky link. Let's see what we got here. Hell yeah, dude. Alright, I don't know if this embeds, actually. I don't have a way to show your blue sky link, but what I do have a way to do... I think I could do this. Okay, yeah, I can do this. So let me switch to the Discord view real quick. And then we'll show off your little animation there. What do we got? What the hell's Discord? Okay. Make that visible. And if you look at the Discord, here, I'm going to make this full screen. I think you guys can see this right now. This is the animation the Volkwolf dropped it. Let me just keep looping it. Crazy, dude. We got a snake transformation, it looks like. Or dolphin? I see a blowhole at the top. That's why I'm thinking dolphin, maybe. But it could just be like a scale pattern, too. Very Animorphs-esque. I dig it, bro. It looks sick. Thank you for sharing, bro. And, you know, if you've got stuff to do, places to be, things to do, don't let me hold you back, you know? Live your life. If you gotta leave after stream, I appreciate the raid. If you want to hang out, you're more than welcome to. We're just gonna be talking shit, doing critiques, and then getting back into animating a little bit. Are the eyes actually sitting on a flat or curved surface? If I looked at sculptors, skulls, or even my face, they seem to sit on a flat plane, but artists will make the plane curved, sometimes making the inner part of the eye angled towards the nose. They are curved. The ball is not flat. So if this is the plane of your face here, okay, the reason artists will draw them flat is because they're recessed into the skull. So if you're drawing a profile of a character, the profile of the edge of the skull here and like the nose or the mouth or whatever is always going to be outlined, whereas the eye is going to be inside of that sort of outer line here. And you're always going to have a tiny little bit of space here. But if you're drawing it like 3/4 or something, let's say, it will be a little bit rounder, and the roundness will be a bit more obvious. The eye is a ball, right? It's a sphere. And it's not actually a perfectly round ball. There's actually a little bit of a nipple to it. And I talk about this all the time. But people don't really consider this when they're drawing eyeballs. Lurk, thank you. I shall lurk and de-stream, but chat actively some other time. Hell yeah, dude. Do your thing, Volk. I appreciate you popping in. Thank you for the raid and have a good night. Or day, or whatever. Like, if I take an eyeball and I look at it from the profile, you've got sort of the... I want to say this is called the cornea. I don't remember the anatomical term for this. But this is like where your iris and pupil and all this shit hang out, okay? Actually, I should look... I don't know if this is like internal. It might be inside. But you get this little bump. And what a lot of people don't apply to their art that I feel like can take it to another level is just to consider the direction that this bump is and to apply it to a bottom lid. So for example, if an eyeball, okay, is looking this way, maybe I make the eyelid pushed out a little bit, right? Maybe I have the eyelid pushed out a little bit to compensate for that sort of that extra pressure being applied in that area. But it is a round form. Like if you've noticed, the inner eyeball here, I'm curving. The eyelid goes over top of that. But generally speaking, there's a lot of different plane overlaps on the eyeball. So you've got the eyeball here from the side. Now let's apply the eyelid. So the eyelid is not going to be flush to the eye like this. It's not going to be completely flush to the eye. There's a thickness to the eyelid, indicated here. If you look down, this is the plane change. So there's going to be... I usually go about midway in the eye, and I just do like a triangle like this. And that'll give you sort of your eyelid. The top eyelid is usually a little flatter. So you've got these extra planes here because the eyeball is held in by this skin. I mean, also muscles and shit, but this is a very bad drawing of a profile eye, but you get the idea. So when the eyeball is in a skull, if it looks flat, it's usually because it's from a profile view. But if the second it's three-dimensional, or you add like a three-quarterness to it, you're gonna see a lot more of these overlaps and plane changes and all that shit or whatever. So let's say I do this, and then now I'm looking at this, and the bridge, the nose here is probably gonna overlap part of the eyeball. There's like hierarchies to which forms overlap what. I don't know if that answers your question or if it just confuses you more. I'm hoping it answered your question, but I don't know. It's really difficult to explain, but essentially it's not flat, it's round. It exists inside of the skull, so sometimes the skull, like from different angles, is going to make the eye look flat, but it's not. And there are subtle things you can do, like adding inner line details here to indicate sort of that plane change and that depth. It also means typically, and this applies from the front also, but the eyebrow is always going to be a little bit ahead of the eyeball. So if you have an eyeball from the front, the eyebrow is not going to be in the exact same spot as the corner here. It's going to be a little bit out. Right? See how there's space between the inner corner of the eye and the eyebrow starting point? And the eyebrow is sort of going to have this three-directional pattern. So it's usually going to be like this. So I'm brushing down in this direction, okay? Then it's going to be like this. So arrows going in this direction, and then like this. So that's sort of like the stroke direction that I move my hand when I'm drawing an eyebrow. Now this eyebrow is very, very high up relative to the eye here. Probably lower it, probably lengthen it. And then if you go profile, this is going to push out even more because it's layered over top of the position of the eye. So if the eyeball's like here, in this part of the plane, the eyebrow is here. Okay? It sticks out more. There's more volume. The nose sticks out even more. Mouth. You know, blah, 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 blah. You get it. Yeah, this was useful, but when you're aligning the two eyes, are you aligning them on a flat surface or curved? Flat. And the way you can tell is just basically, you know, picture a box here. Honestly, my thing's a little angled. Now, this might not be perfect because I just drew it from imagination, but... But everything should more or less line up with that flat plane in perspective. The eyebrow's a little high on the other one. It's not a big deal. There's like slight variations, but yes, it is sort of relatively on a flat plane here. Yeah, that confuses me. A lot of people align them on a curved surface. You can. You totally can. I mean, it is kind of on a curved surface. If you really look at it, it's more like this. And that's the reason being is because the head is an oval from the top. So this is like the nose down here and then the eyes, whatever, right? Ears. And because of this oval shape, that's why you get this sort of curvature to the front plane of the face. I think of it in terms of a flat plane, but there are subtleties and curvatures. And for example, if I'm doing an eyebrow here, I'm not going to make the eyebrow do this. That would be very boring. I'm probably going to make the eyebrow have some sort of curvature. Right? So that makes it feel a little bit more organic. So it's not flat. But you can I simplify and I think about it in a flat sense almost. Always flat or only on faces of a forward view, which is preferable because so far when it's 3/4, I've been doing them on a curve. I'm gonna be honest, there's almost like never really a good reason to do a front-on face. If you want to guaranteed flatten out your drawing, draw it front-on. Guaranteed, you will instantly make your drawing worse. This is a hardcore opinion of mine, by the way, guys. You should never have a perfectly even symmetrical front-on face. You will ruin your drawing, okay? Quote me on that. I will die on that hill. Now, are there ways to do front-on faces that are appealing? Yes, there are. But what they involve is rotation. Okay, so you could do a front-on face, but if you add a tilt to it, it's no longer perfectly front-on. There's a rotation there. Even though it's like looking front-on, there's a rotation that makes it more appealing. Whereas if I do a front-on face, the only time you should really be doing front-on faces... Okay, this is... I know a lot of artists would argue with me on this, and they probably could. There's a lot of wiggle room here, okay? So take everything what I'm saying with a grain of salt. But generally, there are very limited times where you would do front-on faces. Maybe it's like some sort of priest or some guy who's like doing like some sort of fucking Kubrick stare or whatever, you know, and he's like, you're trying to make him look menacing. But even then, you would probably like down tilt. You wouldn't do a perfectly flat front-on. You would do a downward rotation. If you want to get like a nice Kubrick stare sort of effect. You know? It's just incredibly boring to do front-on faces, and you should kind of avoid them. Or at least build the habit of avoiding them. Adding like a rotation is always going to make things more interesting. Having directions of the eyes going off of center is also going to be a little bit more appealing, like they're looking at something off screen. And I don't know if I've done any front-on faces here. This one's kind of front-on, but look, she's got a subtle rotation. Okay, there's more tension on this side of the neck and more of a stretch on this side. Her head is slightly tilted. Her ears are different elevations, so that to show that subtle tilt. The eyes are looking off to the side. There's asymmetries in her face. She's got a scar on one side and different forms. Basically, just don't draw with the symmetry tool, okay? If you could draw a face front on, practice drawing the eyes independent without using a symmetry tool. You're just going to flatten out your drawing if you use that to draw faces. 3/4 is probably like where you're going to see 80% of the time in media. If you look at any sort of drawing online or, you know, artist you really like, there's a good chance they're drawing 3/4 most of the time, or some sort of rotation upward or downward. They probably very rarely do front on. And if they do, check for tilts and subtle differences in asymmetries in the face. They're probably doing that to undo a lot of the flatness of doing a front on pose. I'm trying to think. I'm gonna go to my Instagram and see if anybody's doing front on shit. Nah, I don't really see any front on shit anywhere. I can't really get any fucking artwork because the way Instagram's algorithm works, it just shows me bullshit I don't want to see anyways. What if you're trying to do an emotional reveal? Say you have a character who has witnessed something traumatizing and you don't want to reveal what they're looking at yet, but you want to capture their expression. That's probably an appropriate time to use a front-on face. But then you would also do things like you would pan in on the face, you would maybe do like a wide-eye expression. You wouldn't do like a neutral face expression or whatever, which is what I mostly see. But yeah, there are times to use front-on faces. They're just less common. And they're very niche. Doing front on faces is kind of like the equivalent of using like a Dutch angle or something like that in film. If you use it for everything, it's just like weird and it doesn't really work. If you use it for intentional emotional beats, or you know, like you said, like an emotional reveal or a face zoom in or something like that for dramatic effect, you could totally do it. There are times to do front on stuff, but generally speaking, it shouldn't be a high priority on your list of practice. The main thing you should be practicing is 3/4 shit. And go back to your girl here before I erase all this shit. Like, see, even you know this. You have a tilt here. I think another thing you need to stop doing, Jadu, you need to stop hard outlining the eyes. It just flattens out the eyeball. It's called, this is what's called symbolic drawing. It's essentially where you treat features of the face as symbols, right? So the eye, you go, oh, okay, well, this is the eye. I'm just going to connect it like this. Everything's going to be perfectly connected. It's just, it flattens things out quite a bit. Another thing I would really like to see you doing, and I think I've mentioned this before, you need scleral show below the eyeballs. You always have the eyeballs tangenting, and it's not to say you can't do it, but you can do it, I guess. Look, I would just say it's kind of like front on stuff. Unless it's intentional to the character's design, I would not do it. Like, unless there's some weird, like, you know, they're supposed to have some sort of, like, death stare or whatever. You know, I don't know how I feel about this advice I'm giving right now. I don't like doing it. I always have some sort of scleral show below the eyeball. Always. It feels more human. Well, I'm heading off. Enjoy the art, everybody. Thank you, Myth. I appreciate you popping in. I will catch you in the next one, if you're around. Or I'll just catch you when I catch you, you know? I appreciate you popping in, though, Myth. I'm gonna take some notes here, and I want these notes to be applied in, like, future things, because I think I've mentioned them before. So more scleral show under eyes. I'll just say no tangenting. Tangent with bottom lid. Scleral. And I want to put a big asterisk here. You can draw an eyeball like this, okay? You can draw an eyeball with that tangent at the bottom. You can draw an eyeball with a tangent at the bottom. But if you're learning to draw, you shouldn't. And the reason for this is because I feel like it's better to do things relatively correctly or generally correctly before you try and break it or do, like, unique designs or whatever, you know? Now, there are definitely, like, characters that have sort of that touch, and there are even humans that have it. I think, like, if you look at, I can't think of anybody off the top of my head, but I think there's, like, actresses and shit that have, like, the siren eyes or whatever, that have, like, those, you know, dropped eyelids or whatever. But, no symbolic drawing either is another one. You have symbolic drawing in the eyes. You have symbolic drawing in the eyeballs, or the eyebrows, the lips. You have symbolic drawing on the chin. You're drawing things too literally. You just need enough information to convey the form. That's it. You don't need to draw every line fully connected. You don't need to. And you should try and force yourself not to before you do. Try to convey the information with as little information as possible first, and then decide if you want to add more information. I think that's a good rule of thumb to think about, or mentally to, like, think about in the back of your head when you're drawing. That's not to say that having more line connections and more detail is wrong. It's not. Yeah, you can do it. But I think, you know, if you can hit a certain point of appeal without connecting everything, I think you might end up in a more appealing territory by consequence. I've been trying to connect my lines less, and it's a weird feeling. It is. It's very, very difficult, and it's more of an intermediate skill, to be honest. bordering on advanced, but it is something worth practicing. And it's not always gonna work, but there are areas where, like, even like if you're drawing more traditional anime stuff, the mouth is one of them, right? Like normally, even if you look at anime, they're gonna be pretty heavy on the line weight in the middle, the corners, and that's about it, really. And maybe the bottom lip here, you know? Maybe this top part too. But generally, they're not really connecting here, or if they do, it's really light lines. And look, my thing's not connected. You could tell that's lips. You could tell the exact form of those lips. You could tell it's got, like, these sort of, like, forms here. I don't need to draw it. Like, you guys get it, right? That's sort of what I'm talking about. But if I go in here, and I do this... It feels flatter. It feels flatter to me. To me, there's less appeal in that. Now, maybe you disagree. Maybe you do disagree, and maybe you're like, Snack, you're wrong. I think it looks better when it's all connected. Fine. I disagree, though. I think I like a little bit of, I like to leave it up to the imagination a little bit. Practice now, so I've got it down once I reach your level. Honestly, I don't think it's a thing I started doing fully until, like, the last year or two. I did it pretty late in my journey, but I feel like it's really sort of bumped my stuff up to another level. And so I preach about it a lot. No, that's not to say that you can't connect all your lines. But I think the issue is trying to get you away from the habit of doing it with every line and being a little bit more decisive about which lines you want to connect and which ones you don't. And if you want to do it with intentionality or for a certain style purpose or whatever. Whereas the issue is a lot of beginner artists just kind of connect every line because they just think that, like, instinctively your brain goes, oh, drawing is creating an outline of something. Which is partly true, but it's not exactly accurate. In terms of coloring in an anime style where they use a paint bucket to do the full color, do you think the broken line thing still applies? Well, yeah. So, I don't know if you're familiar with Genga colors. Okay? I'll show you. I'll show you what they do. Genga colors. So in Genga, I don't know who this artist is, I don't know what anime this is from, but in Genga, there are color codes for disconnected lines. I'll put it here just because I'm running out of room on the other canvas. But if you look at this Genga here, I don't know what anime this is from. It could just be some guy's fan art. I don't know who the artist is. If you know who the artist is, let me know. I'll put their name. But otherwise, just as an example, the light here has these red lines, okay? The red lines are indicated to show the border. It's from Studio Ghibli. Okay, the red lines are indicated here to show the border of the light. But the light isn't going to have these lines in production. So they use red to basically indicate edges that don't have edges. Okay, look at the tiers here. There's a red line to indicate where things are not going to be connected. Right? Like when you draw the tiers, you're not drawing a black border around the tier line. That would look silly. Unless it's like some weird stylistic thing. You know? So there are ways in animation to indicate I don't want an edge here. Like see how this is black here? I don't know if you guys can see very well here. This is black. I should do it in black. This line from here to here and all around here, this is all black, and then this is blue. What's that telling the colorist? It's telling you that this line is a line, and this blue line is an edge that doesn't have a line. So that's how you indicate it in Genga. You still draw your lines, you just do them with a label that shows, like, there's no line here. So you can totally do lineless stuff. Now, if you're asking me stylistically, okay, if it's common for anime to not have hard lines everywhere, The answer is no. They typically tend to line things up pretty well. But we're talking about illustration here. You know? We're talking about illustration. If you want this to transfer to animation, you can still do lineless stuff. Like I have on my animation, I certainly have areas that are not fully connected. Now, is this going to make it a giant pain in my cock to fucking color? Probably. But, you know, I think it's appealing. I feel like it's got a nice sort of texture. It feels good. This is a stylistic preference of mine. And, I mean, you guys watch me, so I assume you like my art, generally speaking. So I assume that, like, you know, you guys have similar stylistic sensibilities to me. And so if I'm talking about this, it's not that you can't do it. It's not that even in most anime they will do it. But illustration and animation is a little bit different. And there are definitely anime that don't connect all the lines fully, right? I'm trying to think. Like, Haikyuu Season 1 in particular. I found this show very, very illustrative. I'm trying to find an example. Here's an example. Here's just like a simple shot of Hinata from Haikyuu. If you look at this, there's no line here. There's no line connecting here. This pisses me off because there's a tangent there. You probably shouldn't do that. But anyways, there's no line here. This doesn't connect. The outline in general does connect. This is disconnected. So, you know, the point is, you could totally do it in animation. But when they're doing a Genga of this, they would have just labeled that with like a blue line or a red line or whatever like that. What was your question that I missed? In terms of coloring and anime, sorry. I don't know if you missed my question from earlier about the design outside the actual technical issues of the drawing. What if you're trying to do an emotional? What can you reply to your comment? I don't know where it is. I probably missed it, but if someone practices as much as PewDiePie did, I won't be surprised if someone beats Snack level in less than 3 years. Look, guys, I got some pretty controversial takes about the PewDiePie stuff. The big thing to note about PewDiePie is he's drawing studies. These aren't his original artworks. He's not drawing from imagination. Being able to draw from imagination, being able to draw one-to-one off a reference, is a completely different beast of a skill set, okay? I feel like a lot of people could probably get things to feel pretty nice early on at drawing if they're drawing off of, like, if they're doing studies, which is what you should be doing so that you can absorb a lot of this information. But it's not the same thing as being like a Kim Jong-gi who's just pulling crazy shit out of his ass, or fucking like an EO58 who's doing, like, all kinds of, like, there's layers to this shit. And I would still put PewDiePie, while he's improved a lot, I would still put him way early on in the beginner category. I think he's just doing a lot of studies, you know? But creating those design elements yourself from imagination, it's a different beast, you know? But yes, I do think you could probably get similar level to me in probably about 4 years, maybe, something like that. If you're smart about your training and you're consistent. Ian, hello, you doing critiques? We are doing critiques. That's not to poo-poo on PewDiePie. He's improved a lot, okay? He's certainly improved a lot. You could tell his, like, line confidence is getting stronger, all this stuff. But I feel like a lot of people see his artwork and they're like, this guy's, he's so goated. He's so goated. He's doing studies, you know? I feel like that's a completely different thing. Do a jiggle? Shit, you know it, dude. You know it be jiggling. Agree big time. Looking at his own stuff, it still looks very beginner. Yeah. Drawing from imagination, to me, guys, is the holy grail of art. If you can do that, you're on another level. Or, you know, not just imagination, but being able to produce something original from multiple different reference sources. Doing a study of something is great for practice. And, you know, it might make it look like you're doing nice work, but you're looking at something that exists, really. You're just training your observation, right? It's a different skill set. And I you know, it's a skill set that everybody should do. Anyways, I'm not going to keep harping on it, but I just feel like a lot of people sort of see it and they're like, oh, this is crazy. But it's like, well, he's drawing stuff that's been drawn by crazy artists. Okay, I don't know if you missed my question. Oh, actually, that makes a lot of sense. It wouldn't let me reply. I'm just going to copy and paste it. Design-wise, is there a way to make it seem more interesting or less generic? I mean, you know the answer to this. It's going to be large, medium, small. I would get rid... You see how these lines are basically the same? I'd probably vary up that line weight. So maybe you do this one, like, really thin. Line weight, sorry. The thickness of these forms. So maybe you do something like this, very thin. And then maybe you do another one underneath, very large, similar to like how you had it, you know. And then you do stuff like that. Vary up your forms, large, medium, and small. Large, medium, small in terms of line weight or design shape. I'm specifically talking about shapes when I say large, medium, and small, but line weight also applies as well. So like I'll give you an example. Let's say Nox, I do this. I should do it a little bit cuter than that. I could do a little cuter cube. Do a form like this. Now let's take this form. Let's copy the form. Let's say I have this form now, okay? If I take this form is whatever. It's an okay shape. Now let's say I do the same thing below here. Oops, fuck. I mean to do that. Now let's say I take this, and now I do this. Which out of these two looks more interesting? Just based off of vibes. Which of these two looks more interesting? Most people would see these two, and they would say the bottom one looks more interesting. Some people might disagree. Some people might think the top one is more interesting. It looks like a butthole or a vagina or whatever, so maybe people are gooner-brained. You think the top one looks more interesting? I disagree. I think the bottom one, to me, is more appealing. And, hot dog bun. Yeah, that too. And that's because there's more shape variety. Okay, I think the point of what I'm trying to say here is if you vary up your forms, you're going to get much more appealing shapes. And we could do this to another degree. Let's say I add a third shape here that's very the same. And then I do something like this. Now which one looks more interesting? You know? The issue with large, medium, small is that a lot of it is very it's sort of like vibesy. Like even this we could change it up more. Like they're the same sort of height here on the bottom. I could change this and make this sort of, you know, something like that maybe. And then is that more interesting? I don't know. You know? Only you can really tell, but generally speaking, having form variety like this is always going to create more interesting and appealing combinations than having the same form repeated over and over and over again. This is just sort of like, it's not the greatest example, because it really comes down to the forms I produce, but I think this combination is more appealing than this combination. Personally. Now, they're basically the same shapes, but they're just tweaked. Larger, wider, smaller, squished, more squished, less squished, whatever. There's also overlap that I've applied here. So one is going on top of the other, so it's showing depth, you know? And then the more combinations you can put within that, the more appealing it'll become. Now maybe I have like a little one here. You know, maybe I do another... Maybe I have one come at the camera. You know, something like that. You get more appeal when you vary up your shapes. That's the point I'm trying to get across. Now, maybe I didn't do a very good job. Maybe you still think this is more appealing than the bottom forms I just created. I don't. I think this is nicer. But to each their own. There's going to be some subjective wiggle room there. But generally speaking, when you're applying this across an entire piece, you're going to get a lot more appeal in your designs. So that's what I mean by large, medium, small. Also, Polybits, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, big dog. Welcome in. So if you can design forms that apply a whole bunch of stuff, they apply things like overlap. They apply things like line weight. They apply things like form variety. Large, medium, small is what I mean by that. Forms. L, M, S. Avoid symmetry. No symmetry. Symmetry bad. The more of these you can sort of sneak into your design, the more your design is going to start feeling, or is you're more likely to orient yourself a little bit more in the appeal side of the subjective spectrum. Okay? That doesn't mean it's going to make your work subjective or subjectively more appealing. It doesn't mean it's going to make your work more appealing, but it's going to mean that you're going to have better chances of getting closer to the appeal side of the art spectrum rather than the unappealing side. Not. Right? So the more of these little things you can add in there, the better. And then, you know, you could do things like line weight. Like, let's say this line overlaps this one. Maybe we add more line weight here. Is that going to feel nicer? Maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't. Who knows? Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it does. Maybe you want to add texture. I don't know. Whatever. That's up to you. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't. But so long as you're thinking with this as a foundational... That's really the idea. Is you want to sort of have this as a foundational way of thinking about the design choices you're making. Doesn't mean you're always going to land on something that works, but it means you're more likely to get closer to something that works. Been lurking for a hot minute. Decided to follow just for the rodent boobs. Just kidding. Just kidding. Good stuff here. Thanks, big dog. Welcome in, Polly. How about the face room, Snack? When I'm drawing a face, I notice that I have less room to draw features, hair strands, than the reference I'm using. If I do the skull wider, I still face that issue. Is there a fix? Yeah, you need to get over that, okay? You should be having features of the face overlap. If I draw a face here, I'll just draw... I already have this eyeball here. I'll just draw another eyeball. To sort of complete the... I don't know. I'm just gonna draw like a generic head here real quick. It's not exactly symmetrical. You know, I can make it better. Now, let's say I want to give this guy hair. My brain is going to be like, well, I drew his eyes. I can't put any lines over top of his eyes. Fuck your brain, dude. Don't listen to your brain. you have to do overlap sometimes. Sometimes it's really important to have overlap. You know? Maybe, but it's where you position your overlap that's going to matter. If I have my overlap directly over top of the eyeball, and it's tangenting, like, the pupil, it's going to feel weird. If I have my overlap sort of landing in the middle of the sclera here, where it's not tangenting any sides or any other lines, it's going to feel a lot more appealing. See? Like, having this change direction right on this tangent, bad. Having this change direction right above this tangent, good. It's going to feel better. You're getting more shape variety that way, too. Look, I've created a small shape here. Whereas if I have my line sort of change direction here, your brain's going to see this. It's going to be like, this area feels icky. I don't know why it feels icky. The reason why is because you have a tangent where two lines meet like this, or, you know, come across like this unnaturally. It's going to feel bad. But if you get rid of that tangent, and you push a little bit higher, and then you come down with your angle change, avoiding tangents again. See, I've got a tangent here. That's no bueno. But now let's say I do this. It's going to feel a little bit nicer. Right? So that's sort of what you're trying to do. Now, there's areas where I'm going to have tangents still. Like, I've got a tangent here. So maybe I do something like this. I don't know. Whatever. The point is, you could definitely have your features overlap. It's just about where you have them overlap and what kind of negative spaces you're creating around those forms. You can have things go over top of eyes. You don't need to make the eyes wider. You don't need to make it so that nothing touches. Because that's just not how nature works. And you're going to have really weird designs if you do that. Okay, back to Jadu's thing here. Where are these flower bits coming from? If I'm drawing this girl from the profile here, okay, they're flush. I'm trying to think of how I would do this. I think they need to come out more. Because I think you flattened the back of her head a little bit here. The back of the head needs to be a little bit wider. Just a little bit, I think. The head from the back is much longer. Or the head when looked from the profile is much longer than it is from the front. So the width on a head from the front is kind of like, you know, a little bit like an oval. Venosa, how you doing? Welcome in, Venosa. The head from the front is kind of like an oval here. So if I do a head from the front, you're going to get sort of this oval width where it's longer on one end. So the length is longer on the y-axis than it is on the x-axis. From the profile, I don't think it's necessarily... let me go blue here. From the profile, you're going to get a lot more length on the back of the head. It might almost be a 1-to-1. That might be too long, to be quite honest. Maybe I'd bring it in a little bit. But the point is, the head gets wider as it rotates. Venosa, welcome in. Do you have anything that you would like to share? I know you're a regular here. I know you raid all the time. And I know you know the deal. But I figured I would send the invite out anyways. Jadu, did you ever finish that Kakegurui piece? I did. If you want me to send it to you, just DM me. You get the is it too gooner for the Discord? Is that why? Give me 2 seconds, guys. Okay. Okay. I hope you guys don't mind posting 2 drawings on the critique channel. Go for it, dude. You could draw. You could post as well. I was gonna say you can post as much as you want. Doesn't mean I'll get to it, but I just like being here. I can't stop writing. You're addicted, bro. You're addicted. But yeah, I can send something in. Alright, do it up. Let's see what we got here. Oh, this is looking nice. Oh yeah, dude. Check out Venosa's drawing here. What's this for? Are you doing like a story or some sort of movie, or not movie, I guess, but like, is it part of a bigger thing, or are you just drawing for shits and giggles? Gato. Oh, her ass is out. I didn't notice that. Fuck. I don't know if I could show that, bro. Trying to get me banned. I'm gonna minimize that. I didn't realize the ass was out there until you guys mentioned it. I don't think we're allowed to show ass on stream, dude. Just as a heads up. When are homeworks to draw the hot girls starting? I don't think I ever had a hot girl homework assignment. Shits and giggles because I was bored? I see. Well, that's fun, dude. Thanks for the raid. Very nice drawing. Just as heads up, if there are bare asses in your drawing, maybe we'll just, as a warning, let's not link them to pull on stream. I just don't wanna risk the channel too much. But I am an ass enjoyer, so you know, good job on the ass. Neuron activation. I request hot men too, just hotties in general. My bad, King. I'll keep in mind next time. All good. Snack, do you not have a mature tag on? No. Mature tag, I feel like it censors your stream, so people can't see the thumbnail. And it makes it so that it's very, very difficult to gain traction if people can't sort of like see your channel. Now, Twitch will automatically flag you as mature sometimes if you're doing something sus on stream. But no, I don't have the mature tag on. Do I? Maybe I do. I don't know. I can't remember. Give me 2 seconds, guys. I'm just gonna go get some water. BRB. Black Knight, I see you posted 2 things in the critiques. I can go over them. Generally, I think what I ask is when people post crits, they just sort of focus on one image. Because I've had people in the past, this is not you as an example, but I've had people post like fucking 20 images in one go and be like, crit away, and it's like, that's a lot. That's a lot to go through on stream, you know? So I usually just say pick one, and then I'll focus in on that. And then that way we can, is there one in particular? I think I actually looked at the first one already. Unless it's just very similar stylistically to previous ones. Is there one in particular you want me to take a look at, dude? And also for Jadu, I feel like I've given you quite a bit here. Just really the big important stuff is really watch out for the symbolic drawing. I think that's sort of flattened things out quite a bit. No. Burn. Murmur. I'm gonna post this in the crits. Yeah, I'm good, I think, for now. Thanks for the assistance. No worries. By all means. By all means. Black Knight, is there one in particular you want me to look at? Do the first one? Gotcha. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, looking at this one, your curves are kind of wrong. So your hair would not be curving in this direction over the skull, it would be curving in this direction. So you've inversed all of your curves. If you take your drawing here, you take all these curves and you just flip them, it's gonna feel a lot better. Like, instantly it just feels like it wraps the form a lot more. You know? So the reason that is because your skull has volume to it. So if you look at the side of the skull here, or the skull in general, I'm gonna head out, I'm gonna go watch a movie. Alright, do your thing, big dog. If you look at the skull from a 3/4 perspective, which is roughly what you have here. The skull is a sphere. And because the skull is a sphere, it's going to have sort of this mesh relationship here, where like it has this sort of form to it. And the hair sits on that form, okay? And so you have to use the curvatures of the hair to indicate that form. See how having my curve go this way now feels a lot more like it's wrapping the head? And it's not to say I can't have my hair do in the other direction, but if it is doing the other direction, it still needs to wrap that form. If it curves this way, what you're saying essentially, or if it curves like you know, this way, which I think you have it here. What you're saying is the skull shape is a little bit more front on. That's what sort of how it reads to me. You know what? You could do it that direction. I just feel like your curvatures need to be a little bit more in line with the form underneath. So ignore what I just said. It has nothing to do with sort of the direction that you're choosing. It has more to do with the actual shape of the hair. I'm trying to think of stylistically how this looks. Something like this, and then it comes a little bit more like this. But I'm going to make it a little smaller so we get some shape variety. Is there a Loomis head book, but for more stylized anime heads? Probably. Probably. I'm not a big anime drawer, though. Anyways. Siren, how you doing? I think the miraculous ladybug mask can be used to place eyes. Miraculous ladybug mask. Do you have a mental checklist you go through when drawing heads? Like things you tend to mess up and look out for? Yeah, I definitely do. So one of them is I want to make sure my eyes are round. So if I were drawing these eyes myself, these would be rounded. Because the eyeball's round. It's very anime-esque, and like stylistically, you could totally do this. The way that Black Knight did it. But the way I draw, I like my eyes to be round. I like to have scleral show at the bottom of the eye here, so I'll almost never, ever have this bottom iris touch the bottom lid. There's always going to be a little bit of space underneath there. I almost never connect the bottom lines here, unless I'm doing some sort of like intentional eyelash thing, in which case the line weight is going to carry the shape variety. The edge of the skull, I probably wouldn't do this anime poke here. Some people do the anime thing. If I do it, I'm going to make it round. And I would also do the chin probably round. This is just stylistic stuff that I like to do. I know Scott Pilgrim, or I don't know, actually, I used Scott Pilgrim as an example last time, and it turns out he doesn't do that, the artist that does it. But there are a lot of people who do their artwork that way, where they will, you know, have the forms pointed. That's stylistically a thing you can do. I just don't typically do it. I try and have some sort of intentional eye direction. So in this case, I'm gonna have him looking at us, I guess. Ramona Flowers. Panty and stockings, probably what you're thinking of when faces are pointy. Panty and stocking. And stocking. Yes, kind of. But even them, I think there's a roundness to it. Oh no, there isn't. There's definitely a hard edge. Yeah, so I mean, if that's the look you're going for, emulate that look, you know? Look at how they draw guys, if they draw guys. I don't know if this is like a girl-only thing or whatever. I've heard of this before, but I don't know much about it. But if you want to do that style, just look at how they draw guys and do it that way. My guess is the chin would have to be a lot more narrow. Typically, I feel like when you do this like pointy chin thing, it's usually on a bit more of like a chibi, not chibi, but like chibi-esque style. Almost something a bit more like this. Anyways, I'm gonna try and keep the proportions relatively like similar to how you have them here, Black Knight. I'd push the ear a little bit. Actually, you got hair in the way. You wouldn't do the ear. The nose is a little front on there. Or a little 3/4 on yours, I think. A little too much. I think your nose was a little too turned over. The neck. So the neck originates from the back of the skull. If you draw the skull, here's the skull from the profile, okay? Whatever. I'm not going to draw the full skull, but the neck attaches back here at the base of the skull. Okay? And because of that, you need to originate the neck from that point. So if you're drawing the neck, you're going to drag it out from that point. You kind of have it on that side, but you don't have it on this side. So the back of his skull would probably be a little bit more on an angle like that. That feels really weird. That feels really weird. There's a curvature to the neck. The reason it feels weird is because the neck is like coming forward in your version. Like the neck is, when you have a human from the side. Where's my skull here? Okay, I'm gonna do a human from the side here. There's a natural rhythm to the skull and the body. So the neck is gonna curve back like this to the shoulders, and then it's gonna curve down like this in the thoracic spine. And then the lumbar spine is going to curve back out. And that's sort of like, I mean, this is a little exaggerated, like he's kind of got tech neck here. But this is kind of the flow of the spine. Because of that, the neck is not going to come down like this and back. Because then you would have like fucking some crazy mutation where your spine is just like completely fucked. So the neck would originate back here, but it would curve more like this. So it'd be way up here. Like my spine. Mine too, probably. That's why your neck looks so weird. You've just got it coming straight down when it would actually curve back a little bit. I think you need more volume to your skull here, stylistically. Do you? Nah, I think your volumes are fine, actually. Hey, Snack! Sade! How you doing? Insert stream title here. That's right. I really don't know how the hell I would draw the shape of this guy's skull. This is very different to what I'd normally draw. I'm trying to guess right now. Because he's 3/4, with his head rotating in this direction, you're going to get a lot more volume on this side of his head, okay? The opposite side that he's turning to. So if a head is turning away from a central point, okay? So let's say you put a midline in his face. If he's turning more towards this side, it's going to reveal more of this side. So you're going to get more volume on that side. When I'm looking at your dude here, it looks almost even. There's a little bit more volume on this side, but I feel like I would push it just a little bit more. So I'm going to sort of move his center line here. Too much volume up here. His rib cage is gonna be roughly like this. BRB, I'll BRH. His clothes sort of has to wrap this ribcage form. And I think you have this changing direction too soon. And the reason you did that, if I had to guess, it's probably because your canvas was very big. Or small, sorry. Because it's cropped and it's like a bust, you kind of want to get that curve in, but the curve would actually happen way lower. It would happen after it falls off of the ribcage. So it changed direction like way down here. Do you think I've improved comparing the drawing from last time you critiqued me to the latest drawing I've posted in the critiques channel? I'll post the before and after for you to compare. I definitely think you've improved for sure. You can post it if you want. I think you've improved for sure. I think being a little bit more cognizant of forms and sort of how things wrap around forms and all that stuff is gonna serve you tremendously. Fuck. He on Charlie Crave. Thank you for the follow, you fucking psycho. Yeah, so generally the big critiques I have for this are just, you know, understanding the forms, and really I think you would benefit a lot from doing a lot of construction sort of practice. You know, like thinking, like contouring your shapes, understanding the form of the shape, and all that stuff. I think that's going to help you tremendously to improve your drawing ability. Because I think right now you're in the right direction, but you need to know a little bit more anatomically how things work. You need to try and break things down into simple shapes, and then go from there. Now, the reason I added this little bump here is because you have sort of this boxy face shape. So I'm trying to define the form a little bit as to how I would understand it. But doing construction work like this is pretty important, because it helps you really think about the form and how the form works, and, you know, and it gives you guidelines for how to lay things on top of the form. I had a sandwich today. How's your day been? My day's been good, Ollie. You had a sandwich? I had way too much bread and butter earlier. All I did was eat a shit ton of bread and butter. Anyways, you kind of get it. I think the big issue here was your neck placement. I would like to see you try and use more curves and less hard angles. If you sort of practice and get comfortable with curvatures, you're gonna feel like things are a lot more organic. Now, that being said, you know, if it turns out you prefer just doing hard angle shit, you're more than welcome to keep doing that. There's nothing wrong with it. But I would find reference sources like Panty and Stocking or whatever, like those types of media sources, and see how they do it. Because I think the issue right now is it just feels too flat. Like the eyeball is not flat, right? But you have this sort of flat line for the eye. And I wonder if I look at Panty and Stocking, do they add any subtle curvature to their eyelids? Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. Even though they're doing like the big flat eyes and stuff, I don't know if this is your inspo or whatever. It probably isn't, but this is just sort of the closest thing I have with the faces. But even on like this style, they're still curving the top lids, right? And curving, like rounding out the eyeballs. And they're even doing the thing I talked about where they have scleral show under the eyes here. They don't fully connect everything because they're not doing symbolic drawing. There's like lacks of connections there. The chin isn't fully connected. So it's all sort of stuff that I talk about a fucking bazillion times over and over and over and over again. But yeah, generally speaking, I just watch out for that stuff. Hopefully that helps. Hopefully I gave you some direction. What on earth is symbolic drawing? Symbolic drawing is, picture you tell a kid, draw an eyeball. A kid's gonna probably do this. It's a symbol for an eye. It doesn't understand any of the form of the eye, any of the structure of the eye. It's how you do things symbolically. It's just you're replicating what's instead of actually drawing the thing, you're drawing a representation of the thing. And a lot of artists tend to draw symbolically when they start out, and they do like these hard outlines on the eyes with no line weight at all, and it's not anyone's fault. It's just sort of that's how your brain defaults when it's drawing something. You know? And it's not to say you can't do that in an appealing way, but you still need to factor in form and all that stuff. Even in this, I kind of applied form. Like, there's offset on the apexes here, and like, it's very difficult for me to draw intentionally poorly at this point. Yeah, even this has appeal. Fuck. Okay, well, you get the idea, right? Just don't do symbolic drawing, which is like essentially what I just said. I'm trying to think of other examples of symbolic drawing. Eyes come to me, or come to the like front of my mind. Symbolic drawing. If you Google that, I'm sure you'll get a lot of shit. Nah, I'm just getting a bunch of hippie shit. When I say symbolic drawing, I mean, instead of drawing something with structure, you draw the thing the way you think that it's symbolically represented as. Ian, oh look at me, I'm so good, I'm incapable of drawing bad. I just don't, I don't practice drawing bad, so it's so unnatural for me to draw something without some sort of appeal to it. Like, I'm trying really hard to get the top and the bottom lid to be basically the same form. But even there's more line weight on this side. Fuck. Or... Whatever. Whatever, dude. Smiley faces? Yeah, smiley faces are a good example of symbolic drawing. Stuff like that. Old Egyptian drawings in caves, yes. Like doing a dog like this. That kind of rules, I'm not gonna lie. But you get the idea. I feel like I'm at a point where I could draw discrete heads, but really gotta level up the construction. Yeah, I've seen your stuff, DK. I think you're basically on the cusp, you know? You're on the cusp of just finding that next level of appeal. Anyways, I'm gonna send you this Black Knight, and then we'll move on here. On the Discord, on the Discord. EP snack. I'm tired. Ugh. It's crazy too. I slept really well. Let me check how many hours I slept. Sorry I couldn't stay long yesterday. I was shattered. Oh, don't feel bad, dude. You don't gotta hang out here all the time. I'm not over here tracking who's viewing me, who's not viewing me. If I did, I'd go insane. Let me see how long I slept. 8.5 hours, pretty good. Maybe I'm not sleepy. I slept in quite a bit, which is bad. My sleep therapist would be really pissed off at me if she knew I was sleeping in, but I couldn't help it, dude. I feel like it doesn't impact my bedtime very much, but maybe I'm tripping. What do you use for checking your sleep? I have a Google Pixel watch that I wear every night, and then I have the Fitbit app. From what I understand, you know, you're always going to get some degree of guessing when it comes to sleep tracking, but the Google Pixel watch tends to be one of the more accurate watches, outside of sleeping with like some fucking head strap thing, but... They're the best after Apple Watches. Yeah. I just don't have an Apple. I don't have a smartphone, so I go with Google Pixel. I had a Fitbit before because I like their sleep tracker the best. But Fitbit got bought by Google, right? So they use the same sleep tracker in the Pixels. A piece of steel will always be a piece of steel until you put the time and effort to shape it and polish it into a beautiful blade. That's how the progress of becoming an artist work. It's true, dude. We got a master of the blade here. I'm sorry, you don't have a smartphone? No, sorry, I said I don't have I meant to say I don't have an iPhone. I have a smartphone. I'm not a Luddite. I have an Android. I have a Google Pixel phone. I have a Pixel 7 Pro. That is very old at this point. That would be crazy if I didn't have an iPhone. Or a smartphone in general. Oh, get rid of all this shit. Delete. 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 How many fucking layers do I have here? Okay. How's your neck today? Pretty good. I feel pretty good. You know, I did banded work. And I've been talking to a friend of mine who's a physiotherapist. And they were telling me I'm probably just doing too much work. I have this really bad habit of pushing myself too much in the domains of things that I want to improve at. Art is a good example. It's a good you know, it's a good bad thing to have, okay? But it is also a bad thing to have, because you can hurt yourself. And in my case, I've had a shoulder injury, and I feel like I've probably been pushing myself too hard on trying to fix it, and I've just been spinning my wheels for so long. I need to fucking really treat myself more like I'm a fragile baby, because I really am. And I need to start doing a lot less effort, and just smarter work to treat it. Either that or I'm just going to be fucked forever. I don't really know. We'll find out, I guess, in like 20 years. But I feel like after 10 years of doing this shit, I'll probably give up. And I'll just be like, yeah, my shoulder's fucked. I got a Pixel 7a. Nice, dude. I got a Pixel 7 Pro. And I bought an exercise bike. Like last December, I want to say. And the fucking exercise bike has like it has the ability to cast your phone's screen onto it because it's got a big screen on the exercise bike. But it only works from the Pixel 8 and up, and I didn't know that when I bought it. So I can't use the fucking casting feature on the like Chinese exercise bike I bought. Because I was too cheap to buy a Peloton. Which is good, because they're way too overpriced. Guys, do you guys know what time it is? It's piss o'clock, dude. I got a full bladder. I'm about to fucking unleash it. I'm about to go absolutely annihilate my toilet. Give it a little treat. BRB. It's only just a dream on that road. No one knows. It's only just a dream. I like that he leaves the animation playing on loop so we have something to look at. Of course, dude. If I had Family Guy clip gifs here, I'd do it. But, you know, I gotta let you guys stim out some other way. I like watching it go round and round. It's being microwaved, as somebody said the other day. Get a €60 portable monitor and put it on top of the bike. I'm not hard committed to cycling that much, dude. Honestly, I could just listen to a podcast on my phone, on mobile, and be completely satiated. I don't need none of that fancy shit. I'm not getting Zwift or any of that other crap. I'm just gonna raw dog the bike, you know? On that road, no one knows. It's only just a dream. Hey, I see a bunch of people recently joined the Discord, including today. I see somebody that just joined the Discord. I'm wondering, there's a lot of people that don't seem to be able to be getting the role to access the Discord. Did you guys click the checkbox, or is the bot just busted right now? If it's busted, let me know and we can manually assign you the role on the Discord for those of you guys in the landing zone right now. But otherwise, you need to click the little check mark on the rules thing if you've joined the Discord to be able to access the full Discord. But I know in the past it has had issues. Very rarely, but still. Yeah, I gotta track what I want to fix here. Hands up. I'm gonna have dinner. See you guys in 30. See you, big dog. I'll be around, DK. Thanks for the dream assist. Tell me, you don't need. Down that road, come back, no one knows. It's only just a dream. Down that road. This is like way too big of a jump in space, I think. Oh, hey, oh, that's not what I wanted. I want that. Oh, that's too many cells. I don't want to see that many. Bye-bye. Drop it down to 1. Oh! Holy fuck, this song is such a throwback, dude. Man at me. So sharper. How you feeling these days, Nancy? You feeling a little bit better? I know you've been under the weather the last few days. Or week, I should say. I wonder if piss lovers date truck drivers just to steal their piss jugs. Now you're really asking the real questions, dude. We got a freaking philosopher over here. Aristotle. I wonder. That would be a good way to do it. Under British weather. Yeah, I got better Thursday. It felt great. Then Friday, I felt like I got run over. Canceled my stream for the first time ever. Hey, man. I cancel a lot of my streams, so don't feel too bad. I think if you want long-term sustainability, you want to like stick to your schedule, but when you don't want to force it when you're not feeling it, or you're gonna fuck yourself up. It's exhausting, guys. To be honest, like yapping for 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours every weekend, it's exhausting. Half my weekend's gone, literally, and then I gotta work on Monday. All right, I'm gonna head off for now. Thanks for the critique, Papa Snack. No worries, son. Have a good one. It's like piss wine, sealed and fermented, and most likely good quality piss. You're a mad scientist, bro. You're a fucking engineer. Piss kombucha. No, I'm just a trucker. That makes, contextually, that makes everything you've just said 100 times worse. Now I just imagine your truck is filled with piss jugs. Yeah, I think I burned out a bit. Yeah, it happens, dude. It happens. I don't know how the fuck I've been going as long as I have, to be quite honest. No, I throw them away? That's good. I'm surprised trucks don't have fucking bathrooms, dude. Don't they have, like, cabins and shit? It's very weird. It feels kind of flat. Thank you for asking, though, friendo. No worries, bro. I think like streaming is streaming's easy. Okay, I'm not doing much right now. I don't have to fill out Excel spreadsheets. I don't have to fucking send emails. I don't have to do anything. I'm just drawing. I'd be doing this shit whether I was talking to no one or not. But I think also just the fact of being locked into a position for X amount of time, that's sort of the stuff that drains you. And talking can be exhausting too. To me, it's not too bad, but depending on the person, it can be a little bit difficult, I think. And yeah, I don't know. It can definitely be exhausting. Sometimes I just cancel streams because I'm like, you know what? I need a fucking break, dude. I can't be doing this shit every weekend. Actually, I'm gonna queue up Under the Weather because it's a nice song. Do it up, dude. They can, but you have to get them customized and fitted. So some even have a full shower and toilet combo. Trucking is a fucking crazy lifestyle, bro. Traveling like full time on the road for like 18, 20 hours straight, that's craziness. That's craziness, bro. The average truck just has closet space, mattress, and an inverter to power the fridge, microwave, TV, and sometimes PC console. That's kind of sick. Found any more brushes you like, Nancy? It feels too big. I think it sticks out too much. Jadu sent me the liner pen you use. It's a weird pen. Very weird pen. I like it though. Still think this is like too big. I like how it's kind of bleedy at the ends. Oh, yeah, like how there's more line weight on either end. It depends on the speed that you move your hand. The faster you move it, the thinner the line. It's very weird. I've gotten used to it at this point, but when I first started using it, it was certainly strange. I'm not used to doing line art because I usually just go straight into painting. That's psychotic, dude. I used to do that way back in the day. It's so hard to just jump right into painting. Verbanter does that too. You crazy motherfuckers. You just jump right into doing like a full canvas. Fortunately, I don't travel far, so I'm home every day, but I do deliver to a lot of neighborhoods, and unfortunately bathrooms aren't available, so I have to improvise with Gatorade bottles or water bottles that have a large opening. So I'm not going to get arrested just to take a leak. Before anyone asks, truck stops are not as common as you think, especially near neighborhoods or residential areas. We all know why you need a big opening, guy. Don't worry. Wink, wink. Oh my god, it's just what I'm used to. Strange. I started doing line art retroactively. I block out my shape and sometimes even throw a layer of shadows on there before I define my forms. I find it easier for my noggin. Yeah, whatever. Like, the thing is, guys, process is personalized. My process is always going to be different than somebody else's. Yours is going to be different than other people. The fundamentals are going to be the same. How you orient them and structure them that works well for your brain is really going to be up to you. But this song's called Under the Weather, and the singer is British, and I listened to this a lot as a teen. Oh, dude. Never heard of it. You were young once, Nancy? Were you? It is kind of crazy, the idea of me being a child, you know? I don't remember the child version of me. And I remember when I was a kid, like, picturing my parents as kids was also incredibly weird. But it's a thing. Doesn't feel like it should be, but it is. My painting process is kind of weird, because I don't really have one refined yet. Right now, I just complete my line art, and then I do my painting afterwards, using the line art, but... it's too big still. When my grandma died, I got sent loads of photos they found of her as a teen, and I'm the spitting image. Crazy. I look like my great-great-grandfather. No, I don't really look... it's very weird. I don't feel like I look like anyone in particular in my family. Like, my brother looks like the most classic white boy you could imagine, dude. He looks like just a generic, like, frat bro white guy. Okay? And I look like a Middle Eastern guy. Very weird. Or like an exotic white boy is what I look like. I always start with the background first, then the actual subject of the drawing. Huh. I feel like if I were to do something with the background, I would just do it all at once, you know? Like, plan it out, like, you know, be like, alright, I want, like, a dude standing here, then I want mountains here, and then I would go through and just sort of plan it out that way. Be like, maybe a little bush here, whatever, I don't know. Anyways, I'm home now, and I can work on some art, maybe design my own piss funnel for truckers where I collect it into a tank, and it's emptied out with a flick of a button. Remember, the piss scientist, dude. May or may not be used for road rage, that's just user error. I don't have a driver's license, but if I did, I would be so zen. No one would ever hurt my feelings. Wait, Snack, you don't drive? I don't. I'm a metropolitan man. Why don't you have a car yet? Buy a Lambo and pull some bitches, you richling. I could not afford a Lambo. I don't even think selling my condo would afford me a Lambo. I don't know. I've never really had a need for one. Every job I had was just, like, close by. And I also don't have a parking spot in my building. So even if I had a driver's license, I'd be paying for insurance to just, like, not have a car. I don't know. Samesies, no car, bus commute besties. Oh, I don't take the bus either. I'm a pedestrian through and through. I walk to work. Like our parents did, you know? 10 miles each direction. Just kidding, I don't walk that far. I'm not that built. Uphill both ways with water balancing on my head. Otherwise, I don't drink that day. Beautiful girl. Around me, see? Suddenly I... Darkness, fury. Darkness, fury. Sorry. I got a hairball in my brain, dude. Wait, so you know this song you just hadn't heard Under the Weather? Correct. This is a very popular song, dude. I just don't like the shape as it rotates. I don't like it at all. Wasn't this literally like an opening for like an old Disney show? Wow, hell means so much to me. I think... I'm looking it up, dude. I swear to God, some Disney show I used to watch way back in the day. Suddenly, I see Disney opening. No, it's not Tangled. I don't know. I can't identify it, but I know I'm right. For an animation like this, do you spin around? No. What I started out with. Show you what I started out with. This is the only reference I've used, okay? The what the fuck is... I always forget what it's called. The Asaro. Ratma, Priam the flower. How you doing? How you doing, big dog? So this is what I used to start. And I basically... All I really did was take screenshots of the front view, the profile view, and the 3/4 back view. And then I basically planned in my head. I compared the screenshots on another file. I don't have it anymore because I deleted it. But I drew actual measurement lines to see how much larger it grows in profile, how much larger it grows in 3/4, and then I you know, just use that as reference essentially. Lampshade. Lampshade. Ratma, Lampshade, Red, and Priam. I don't know what the hell you're talking about right now, dude. You're just saying things. And Teal. Amen, brother. Whatever you say, King. Snack, is you a pirate? I'm not, no. I'm not a pirate. Red and Teal. Oh, first letters. I see. I call me a rat, huh? This actually drops. I feel like I need to... Stuart Little. We got a hater on YouTube. What's going on, Fram? I thought we were friends. What's up, Snacky? What up, Shaz? The Shazster. I love this song. This one. You love this song? They calling you a rat over there. I mean, they call me Stuart Little, which is a mouse. The pirate one? We need more pirate media in this world? No, we do not. I don't want to listen to Lazy Town pirate covers. Was it Ugly Betty for the pilot? I don't know, dude. It was some like early 2000s Disney show for sure, 100%. I don't remember watching a lot of Ugly Betty. I don't know if it was that, but call me Shaza and it'll be over. You better go back to Dover. The Shazster throwing out threats, dude. I'm about to Shaz. Shaz on my E until I art, dude. If we want to get a critique, what would be the process? Go to the Discord, join the Discord, and post to the critiques channel. And then if I'm live and you're in chat, you just say, hey, Snack, can I get a critique? And I say, yeah, maybe. Yeah, I'll do it. Or, nah, not right now. I just want to draw. Kim Possible? Maybe? I don't think so. I don't know. I don't remember what it's from, but... Yeah. Kim Possible was the Call Me Beep if you want to... Yeah. Not Kim Possible. I just don't have a PP. Do you not have a PP, Leo? You're definitely a boy in my head. Very nice, Leo. Very nice. Symphony, why are you just dropping red? It's none of those. It's none of those. Beat me till I Shaws. I'm gonna shut. I'm shawsing right now, dude. Oh fuck, I'm shawsing. Oh fuck, I'm gonna shaws. I'm gonna shoot my art, guys. I'm gonna shaws my art soon. Ew. Okay, whatever, dude. My Shaws was gone. He ruined the mood, Dave. I don't have a PP. I am a girl, but I'll take my imaginary one. What a world. What a twist, dude. So many people I thought were boys are now girls, canonically. Oh, I'm gonna Shaw's. Oh, Shaw's my pants. I'm pre-shawsing. Yeah, there's a little bit of pre-shaws coming out of my art right now. Sexist? What do you mean sexist? I don't mind ladies. You guys can be ladies. You're allowed to be ladies. You have my permission, okay? I'll allow it. I think this actually, I want to maintain some volume here. This chat's pretty shawsed up, not gonna lie. It just kind of it just kind of feels like autofellatio when you do it, Shawzy. You know, it'd be like if I was saying like I'm gonna fucking snack, dude. I'm about to snack. Cat looking to snack. You know, it just feels a little masturbatory. Both can be true at once. To be fair, I can't blame anyone for me being mistaken by a guy. The name for this is more masculine. That's true. Leogi. Leokgi. Can't even masturbate in your chat? Why am I even here? You can masturbate in my chat. I don't need to know. Half the chat could be cranking hog right now and I wouldn't know. I don't need to know. If you just call my name, impossible. Flat is back? Sure is. Well, now it is? Did I hit the right button? Did. It's those little mousy tits? Little. I don't know what your size standard is. I'm stacked, bro. Mouse milk. You guys are sick. Impossible. Fuck you. Baited. Who here snacking their cat? My cat's fucking... My cat's about to snack for sure, dude. You wanna reach me? A little bit better. Him or Shigo? Shigo, all day, bro. What? That's not even a question. I would never do that to my cats. That's good. Good cat mom. No more answering your call. Waiting at all. I wanna do with you. We're talking about the way I do what I do. Is this a song about being a prostitute? The flashbacks I got from this song, I had to dance to this for an assignment? This song? This one. In fucking college, I hope. Nope, high school? What fucking teacher approved that shit? What the fuck? I guarantee that would not fly in my high school. That'd be crazy. My gym teacher? Well, at least you're getting your exercise in, you know? That is wild though. Male or female? I gotta ask. Female? More socially acceptable, I guess. Still wild. Cool, so who else had pedo teachers? I don't know. I had one guy at my high school who got busted years after I graduated for texting a 17-year-old at school, which is a very problematic thing to do. And then he got fired. My brother told me about it because he's 5 years younger than me, and he went to my high school, and he was like, "Did you know that Monsieur So and So got fired for being naughty?" I was like, "Damn, him really?" He was so chill when I had him. It was kind of like mind blowing to me a little bit. Dally, do a jiggle? Shit, you know it, dude. You know it be jiggling, dog. Dave, the undead. We got 2 Daves in chat. I was gonna say something until I remembered lavender marriages exist. I don't know what a lavender marriage is. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. It's probably a good thing I don't know what that is. Lavender marriage is when a man and a woman get married to appear straight. Oh. I don't gotta do that. There was a kid in my high school that had his house raided and computers taken for CP. Wouldn't he also be a child, though? That seems weird. Not that, like, if you're a child, you can do that, but I'm just saying, like, is it still the same thing if you're, like, a kid? I don't know. I don't want to know. This is not a debate. Just more of a philosophical question, okay? Like, if you're 17, looking at nudes of 17-year-olds, What is that? You're not like a pedo. It's a weird area. Anyways, we don't need to explore that topic, but does that feel better? Still, it does not feel better. Feels like it grows now. Not to trauma dump, but when I was 14, I had an 18-year-old boyfriend and my dad threatened to murder him. I mean, that's like an appropriate response. Today's apparently sunny. Hopefully it becomes a little warmer before the day's over. Hopefully. When I was a teenager, I don't think sexting was a thing. I don't think we had, like, camera phones. I guess maybe we did, but I don't remember ever doing that shit, so... I grew up in a different generation. What am I doing right now? Ah. Let's see. Yeah, there you go. Are the eyes curving inward on purpose? What do you mean? Like, is he looking at you on purpose? He is looking at you on purpose. Not sure what you mean beyond that, though. It's so wobbly. It's pissing me off. Okay, I gotta undo everything I just did. I just need to fix how fucked it looks down there. When I was in grade 11, one of my friends was hooking up with 40-year-olds. Alright, guys, I already need to know this stuff. This is crazy. This is between you guys and the police, okay? Is spooting a thing in Western school? I don't know what the hell spooting is. Assy penis art, you like that, baby? Basically. It was for money? Okay. Guys. Guys, stop telling me crimes, okay? This is a thing we went through last time. Don't tell me crimes. I think this would actually be lined up more or less at the same. My bad, Snack. It's fine. Very difficult. I don't know. God, this back of the hair is so fucking tough, man. Spooting is some random guy taking a pic of you in a random time and posting it via a false account on a high school page with a note saying whatever, varying from I love this person to e-bullying / racism. It just sounds like cyberbullying or harassment. It's a bit of a social problem, but it's been around for a while. I can see that being a big problem in like newer generation stuff. That wasn't a thing for me. Oh, well, that's not true. Back when like Facebook first came out when I was like 12, I think I was talking shit to like some 12th grader, and then he slapped the shit out of me like the next day. I'm pretty sure I own the fuck out of him though. I was a little shit talker back in the day. He genuinely smacked the fuck out of me though. I didn't do it again. I still want to kill him to this day. I hate that motherfucker so much. Because he was huge. He was like, I was like 12. I probably weighed like not even 90 pounds. Probably weighed like fucking 80 pounds. And this guy was like a full-grown man. And he smacked the fuck out of me. I deep down, like, out of all my high school experiences, this motherfucker, I wish him the worst life ever. Have you been spooted before? I've never been spooted, no. Unless you guys talking shit to me in chat counts as spooting. I beat up a boy that bullied me till he cried at school and I felt terrible. I wasn't a very violent teen. I was a trash talker though, for sure. Unfortunately, I just imagine Tiny Snack getting bitch slapped by a Disney-looking glove. Basically, I was pretty sure I was like either crying or holding back tears. I was like fucking 11 or like 12 or some shit. If someone wants to hurt you, they will. Yeah, that's true. I've had a lot of incidences of being attacked in my life. Some of them are, like, completely random, and some of them are, you know... Well, that one was probably the only, like, actual provoked one. Like, I was talking shit. You shouldn't hit people even if they're talking shit, but, you know. Yeah, I post pics of you all the time, Snack, and I say I love this guy. You spooting me, dude? I got beat up by a big, older girl. Damn. My sister used to beat the fuck out of people. My sister was, like, pretty aggro. The staff didn't give much of a fuck either. Yeah. Bullying. It's a hell of a drug. You just bad trip, though. I smacked a girl really hard for hurting a cat, and then I got in trouble with her mom. Well, probably deserved. I was spooted once or twice. Thankfully, I wasn't e-bullied, just shit talk like Symphony's clothing taste sucks. I don't think I was ever really bullied. I mean, I know I just told a story about how I got the shit smacked out of me, but I don't think, you know, I don't know. In my brain, that's not really bullying. That's just like boy shit, you know? But maybe that is bullying. Maybe I'm too trad-brained. Snack was the bully. I was a bit of a bully, I'm not gonna lie. I was kind of a dickhead with no filter, you know? So I'd just say things like really nasty shit. But I mostly just stuck to my friend groups. I wasn't like actively, wasn't like a cartoon bully shoving people in lockers and shit like that. I was never really bothered in high school at all, to be quite honest. Oh, so much better. Okay. You stole their lunch money? I didn't. I never stole anybody's lunch money at all, as far as I know. We had fights every other day at the school, but many of the people that tried acting all tough were just talk. They didn't do anything. We had fights too, you know, in the schoolyard. Kids are psychos, bro. Gelato. I feel like I was mainly dragged into things I had no reason being in due to my friend group. I was usually just playing video games during lunch, though. I just did drugs. And when you do drugs, you tend to hang out with other druggies. So I just sort of hung out with druggies all the time. We kind of keep to our own. Oops. If you want to avoid being bullied, guys, just do drugs. That's the solution. Relationships are easier to manage when there's incentive to get drugs from each other, you know? I'm just kidding, by the way. This is not actual advice. Don't do that. Smack that. Give me some more. Smack that. Oh, you get so smack that. Oh, smack that. Give me some more. Smack that. So. Fuck. Fuck. I will do drugs and blame you for it? No. People who use drugs are cool, which gives them a big head start in life. Yeah, exactly. I didn't have any problems at all in my early 20s because of drug use. This is why Hooa's talking smack. Bro high as a kite. You're a little Hooa. Tell them that Snack told me to. So we talking out. We talking weed. Ooh, weed. Yeah, weed. I'm never gonna admit to anything illegal ever, and I've never done it. And you shouldn't assume I have. Drugs are great. You guys know where I can order some? We got a fucking undercover cop, dude. I dreamt about you. Don't be a villain. Snack, I was always the token sober one. I just hung out with people that did drugs. I wasn't really interested in doing them. That's good. That means you had a fun time without any of the fucking problems. Honestly, drug users mostly just play Super Smash Bros. That was a lot of my experience. A lot of Super Smash Bros. And ending up in weird, sketchy kitchens that you shouldn't be in. That was a lot of my life. There were so many times where I was like, why the fuck am I here? Where is this place? Looking back, there were so many weird places that I was at that were like insanely sketchy, but it was just like, you know, he was like this guy, like a cousin of a cousin who would like sold weed or some shit, you know? Snack, do you want to play Smash sometimes? Yeah, sure. You got a Switch? Drugs are great. You guys know where I can order some? I read that. When I started uni, I wanted to make friends, and all the cool artists sat outside to smoke, so I sat with them. I see. What type of Smash? I'm the best at Melee, okay? Melee is my strongest Smash game. Beyond that, I'm okay at Ultimate, I guess. I haven't played in a fucking long-ass time. Giving up to me. Giving up to me. Like a number. Giving up to me. My dad is calling me, and I'm wondering if I'm missing an event. I know there's a family thing this weekend, but I thought it was tomorrow. I don't know why the hell he's calling me. Whatever. He can call me back later. Giving up to me. Dad reveal, dad stream. Bro, my dad would dox me within 5 seconds of being on a phone call, okay? He would dox me, he'd be like, hey, and they would say my name, and then he would be like, how's living at the apartment? And they would say my address. And then he would be like, how's work going? And they would say my job. He would do that all in under a minute. I guarantee it. If I ever brought he does not understand internet culture. That would be the most high risk thing ever. It would be to bring my dad on. High risk, high reward. I don't think there's any reward to bringing my dad on. My dad's an old dude in his like late 60s with Parkinson's who would probably say a slur on stream and get my channel banned, so. He'd be like, wow, Jimmy, me boy, are these your friends? Do you want to come over to our house? Yeah, he'd invite all of you guys over. Reward is we get to meet your dad. My dad's basically just me, but old and probably a little bit dumber. I'm telling your dad you said he's dumb. I don't think he would give a shit, to be quite honest. Do you know the streamer EO58? Yeah, dude. EO58 is a huge inspiration of mine. The guy's fucking goated. I think you should pick up, though. For real. Because what if he needs you and you're just streaming? I guarantee he's just going to ask me some random shit. If it's important, he'll text me. Which he hasn't done. It's probably about his taxes, because I do his taxes. And I sent him a bunch of information, and this year I told him I wasn't interested in doing all of his stupid taxes. So I sent him all the information, and I gave him like a step-by-step guide on how to do it. Through an accountant, by the way. I was like, just give this info to the accountant. I'm not doing your taxes this year. So it's probably related to that. Or about paying some bill. I manage all my dad's finances. So there's a good chance that just it's related to some shit he needs to e-transfer or whatever that can wait. T4 days till tax date due? Yeah. Well, I've already done my taxes for the year. But he takes a sweet-ass time. My mom just calls me and my siblings on the same day once a month. It's so funny. On the same day. She's just like, I miss my kids today. I'll give them a little call. Does your dad have all of his Gmail passwords with you too? Yeah, I have all of his passwords too. I'm his, like, I'm literally, like, his legal, financial, like, power of attorney and, like, all this shit, so. I pay all his bills on his houses, I pay all of his, I pay fucking everything. Well, I don't pay it, he pays it from his money, but I pay it through his accounts. Goes up a little too high. My parents don't call me at all, ever. Snack's the one in control. I'm the one who knocks. Actually, that's not true. He's the one who calls. I'm the one who ignores. Man. My dad's just old, and he has Parkinson's, and he's got, like, cognitive issues because of it, and so he can't manage his own finances, and he was never really good at it throughout his life. It was always, like, my mom or, like, his girlfriend or something like that that did it. I don't trust his girlfriend, so I do it. Appreciation. You sound like a good son. I'm an incredibly stressed out son. All of my dad's problems are my problems as a consequence of just managing all of his shit. It's the aspect of my life that I hate the most, outside of, like, my job, maybe. My partner has to do that for his dad, too? You suck, don't it? This playlist makes me think I'm among my people, middle-aged people. You kind of are, dude. I mean, I'm not middle-aged yet, but I'm getting pretty close. His parents ring him every day, though, because they love him and envy that a little. My dad calls me, and he's always like, when are you coming over? That's nice, I suppose. Consideration, ornation, my appreciation. I miss my mom still. I actually see them and then remember they're energy vampires. My family's fine. I'm just lazy, you know? They don't live that far either, you know? We'll grab lunch or whatever. Low-key, I cannot wait to move out when I can. When I lived with my dad, because when I started streaming, I still lived with my dad. And, him and I got along. I don't have any issues living with my dad. He's chill. I just wish he was a little less dependent on certain aspects of me. I think, like, he uses his Parkinson's as a bit of an excuse. I think he can do a lot of the shit that I do for him. I think it's just very convenient. You regret moving out? Absolutely not, dude. I love living alone. I fucking love it. I'm somebody who needs, I don't know, probably an unhealthy amount of space. I've always had, like, issues in relationships because I always want to just fucking be left alone most of the time, so I'm a terrible boyfriend. I don't know, I'm selfish. I like doing my own thing, you know? My parents are funky. I love my mama, though. My dad's just a very complicated guy, and I just want to know what it's like to be alone for once. It's pretty awesome, dude. You'll love it. Trust me. They have no idea what babushka means. It's time to spam it. Isn't it like an old lady with, like, a headscarf, basically? From, like, Eastern, Eastern Europe or some shit like that. My mom's a short-tempered woman. While my dad's the calmest motherfucker I know, you can imagine the rest, I see. I have a question for hand streamers. Hand streamers. Is 2,500 lumens per bulb overkill? Are you planning on being a hand streamer, Damon? I had to look it up. Apparently middle age is 40, so I guess it's just adults. I think middle age is around 40, yeah. But I'm 31, so I still got a while to go. I'm gonna be 32 soon, though. I had to move out because the mom's up and left the country, but at least my dad tried to be around. Nice. I just wanted to buy a place, so I saved up for a while living at my parents, and then put a down payment on a condo, and I've been living in a condo ever since. Are you gonna do a special birthday stream? Probably not. I don't even know if my birthday falls on a stream day. I don't ever really do anything special for my birthday. Nah, my birthday's gonna be on a Wednesday this year. My birthday's on April 30th. What day is that gonna be? Gonna be on a Thursday, so also not a stream day. And he missed his mom's basement shortly after. Honestly, with the state of the economy, the temptation to move back in with my parents and just rent my place and become a slumlord, it's very, very high. They don't live that far from where I work. It wouldn't make my life that much more miserable. Hitler killed himself on April 30th. Tragic, dude. That's like 10 days after his birthday. Not a very good birthday gift. Oh shit. Oh shit. Sleepy Oni. What are you doing, Sleepy? Mystic Blue Gamer. Oh shit. A Drinking Skeevers. How you doing? Vi. What do you got? What's the Vi crew doing here, huh? What are you guys getting up to? My little sneaky little stream, huh? You guys coming to see Papa Snack? Welcome in, Drinking. Let's give a little shout out for Drinking. I don't know if there's any mods here. I'll do the shout out. Got me working. Drinking Evers. Last category, My Voice Zoo. What the hell is My Voice Zoo? Normally, Drinking, we typically get rated by art streamers, and we usually ask them. There's like a cultural thing within the art communities where you ask the raidee or the raider. I would be the raidee. You ask the raider if if they have any art that they'd like to share. Hey, Kitten Whiskers, what up, Vi? What up, Virusy? How you doing? I'll be nice because you're another one raiding. I take it back. Virus V. For those who don't know, Vi is a streamer here on Twitch as well. Drinking Skeevers. How was your stream? What'd you guys get up to? We're just animating right now, so we're doing this head turn thing. Slowly but surely, I'm trying to figure out the abstract shapes of the back of the hair, and I just keep trying different shit till it works. But yeah, I haven't done art in a year. Well, look, no pressure. It's just I figured I'd throw it out there as an offer. I make cringe audios for zoo animals to say everything every time you walk past them. Ew, I hate streamers, dude. You shouldn't hate on us, dude. It's the hardest job in the world, you know? Somebody's got to do it. You voice every animal. I see. Oh, cringe. V's a streamer? The cringiest kind. She's a Teletubby cosplay streamer. It's like kind of her whole brand. Vi says I'm unwelcome now? Nah, you're welcome here. Don't worry, drinking. Drinking, you should leave Vi and come here. I'll be so sweet. I'll treat you so good, dude. I'll treat you so much better than Vi would. You deserve better, drinking. I'm leaving? Uh-huh. I'm sure you are. She's a Lala streamer? It's her whole thing, dude. Unfollowing Virusy now and only following Catsnack. My man. My man, DS. I treat all my kittens amazing, dude. You could never. Uh-huh. I've been in your stream. You're so mean to me every time I'm there. But drinking. This is another thing that we also do whenever we get raided. If ever you want to shout out some sort of social media or whatever you want to do, the floor is yours, dude. Let people know where they can find you. Obviously, they can find you on Twitch. But is there anywhere else that you would like people to go look for you? Twitter, maybe? Instagram? Reddit? OnlyFans? Rule 34? Fur Affinity? Whatever, dog. The floor is yours. OnlyFans time, drop it, dude. Drop the link. We basically spent the entire chat just talking about our daddy issues, so. Oh god, probably Twitter. Try and be more active on Twitter. Drop it, dude. I want to see you, you know, bullying people, trolling, being a menace on the internet. I'm just kidding. I don't know what you get up to on Twitter. That's what I assume anybody who uses Twitter that doesn't draw does, though. Just talk shit. What else would you use Twitter for, you know? I'll have to do some grocery shopping. If I am back, have a good stream snack. Alright, Leo. I appreciate you popping in. Yeah, daddy issues? Exactly. Shit, sign me up. This place is already better than Vi's. Always was. Always was. She wants it. But yeah, how goes life, everybody? From Drinkin's raid. That extends to Vi as well. How's life, Vi? McKinsey, how's your head spin going? It's going. I don't know how I feel about it. There's certain areas, specifically this region, that I really don't like. But I'm trying to work through the kinks. V tried pissing on the zoo animals. I had to stop her. Virus P, more like. Am I right, guys? It looks amazing. Thanks, Mackenzie. I appreciate you, dog. You're so sweet to me. Ew. Technology. Somebody on YouTube called HasBeenBXSS Edits. May I ask you something, please? Also, respond in chat. I'll respond on stream. I'm not gonna respond in chat or whatever. I'll just respond to you here. If that bothers you, then you know, sorry. Hypnotized. Got me hypnotized. But ask away. Vi, did you have a lot to drink? Is that why? Full bladder? Are you gonna color it after? I did start coloring it, actually. I was choosing base colors the other day. Trying to figure out what kind of base colors I wanted. I'm still tweaking it. I don't exactly know what type of base colors I want to do, but we'll see. I might color. It depends how much longer the shit's gonna take me. I've been working on this for like 2 weeks now. It's taking fucking forever. Ooh, is he a zombie? Kind of. He's kind of like a race of zombie people or whatever. Oops, I don't want the color. It looks sick! Thank you, Virus. It feels weird calling you Virus. It's like calling you by your full name, you know? Like I'm an angry parent or something. Pissing on zoo animal babies is kind of rude. Amen to that, brother. Call her Auntie Virusi. She's too young to be my auntie. You're like my niece, if anything. My full government name? Virusi, though, is her official name in my books. You call me on the phone. Mr. Mayhem with some other guy. Run me a river. Sorry, I don't speak cringe. I'm fluent in cringe, dude. Yeah. Lurk, going to make some Teobaki. Do your thing, big dog. I'm gonna wrap up stream pretty soon anyways, so... I appreciate the raid. Guys, go check out Drinking Skeevers if you get the chance. You could go watch them make some zoo animals talk. Thank you, King. Have a great rest of the stream. You too. It's done, so I guess I'll be leaving. I turned in. Yeah. What do you do when you feel tired? Do you just go to sleep? Nah. I'll just lay down. Maybe play some Switch. By the way, Nancy, send me your Switch name or whatever. I don't actually have Smash right now because I had it on my Switch 1, but I haven't bought Smash on the Switch 2, and I don't know where my Switch 1 is, so I can't port the game over. But if you have Smash Melee on PC, I'll play the shit out of that on Slippy. Vixo Arts, you got a Dop Sia Moro snack. Alright, Vixo Arts. You do your thing. Get out of here. I appreciate you popping in, dog. Yeah, I want to Switch too, but I'm poor and unemployed. I have a Switch 1. It's simp, but okay. I see. I mean, you don't need a Switch 2. Though I will say, it is pretty awesome. Fuck. Eggy, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, big dog. What have you been playing on there? Honestly, I've just been playing, like, the classic, like, Nintendo 64 games. I've been playing Ocarina of Time a lot. All I've been doing for the past couple weeks. Just playing Ocarina of Time. I spent $700 on a console to just play N64 games I own. I'm not complaining, though. I feel like this is gonna change shape a little too much. Maybe it's getting resold on eBay for cheaper. My Switch 1. I don't know where the fuck it is, dude. I left it at my dad's place. I think my brother borrowed it. And then I asked him, and he's like, I have no idea where it is. I never borrowed it. I swear to God he borrowed it. And this would not be the first time he's borrowed my console or, like, a device of mine. And then lost it. And then told me he never borrowed it. And just fucking gaslight me. I'm, like, 99% sure he borrowed it. I looked through our messages, though, and I couldn't find evidence, so for now, he's safe. The way you said borrowed is new to me. How do you say it? Borrowed. Brood. Holly, are you British? Probably. How do you guys say borrowed in Britain? Borrowed. Borrowed? Borrowed. You just said it the way I say it. Maybe it was your speed that made it sound different. My brother borrowed my Switch. I don't know. I'm Canadian, so I don't know. Maybe we're kin, you know. Oh, been on this road too long, trying to find my way back home. Old me's dead and gone, dead and gone. Oh, I'm too long. Borrowed? Ah. Yeah, I don't say borrowed. I would say borrowed. Me and the homies borrowed. She borrow on my O. She borrow on my O till I switch, dude. I'm from New England in the US. Trying to keep my location general. I get you, dude. Don't worry. I won't pry. I'm from Canada. Keep in mind general, too. The whole country is where I'm from. I'm too long. What up, dog? I am Snack, and I'm doing some animating. Is that how I talk to you? I don't talk like that. Dead and gone, dead and gone. Alright, guys. I think it's time to wrap up stream. I think I'm going to raid out of here. Time to pack it up, baby. We're going to raid into Zikawa, who's a streamer here on Twitch, and a very good artist. I think they do splash paintings for League, if I'm not mistaken. Zikawa. I appreciate everybody coming out. You guys know the deal. If you want to catch my next stream, which is going to be tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern Time, make sure you get in the Discord. That way, you can get live notifications. To get live notifications, you go to the Rules channel, and you toggle the live notification roll, which is a little purple react button in the Rules channel. You'll see it. And if you want critiques or feedback on your work, make sure you post in the critiques channel. If I'm live and you're in chat, you let me know, and yeah, I'll give you some feedback. Mood dependent, of course. Thank you all for coming out. I will catch you all tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern Time. I appreciate you all for coming. See you then. Bye-bye.